Good afternoon and welcome back to this public meeting number 16 of today. After a short lunch break, we will now straight go into the second round of questions. And we had the first speaker. Now the second speaker is MP Ludmila De Wever. MP De Wever. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you, Griffier, my colleagues, the Council of Ministers here, and the viewing and listening public. Mr. Chairman, I usually don't ask a lot of questions. I spent all of the majority of the Central Committee asking my technical questions, waiting on those answers. A lot of the things that I wanted to ask were repeated by my colleagues, and I got a lot of information. I was really at the numbers. Given my background, I was at the numbers, at the reality of the budget, discussing the cuts, whether or not I felt like they were realistic. That's really what I spent most of my time doing. And I asked a simple question this week, 2 days ago, based on an article on the front page about the French side putting restrictions on the use of water. And it led into additional questions about our utility company, GB. Now, Minister VSA excellently answered me when he said that we are in a position to assist the French side if the need comes that they need a water supply. And I was happy to hear that, because if anyone knows anything about the water company, they had a really nice setup back in the day. I think they have about 2 employees maybe on in dienst or on payroll, and the rest come from GB. So knowing the setup of 7Cs, the water company, it still leaves me a little bit worried that given the current situation of GB, what would happen to the rest of the GB employees that work for the water company but are paid by GB because of the financial difficulties of it, which is why I led into my issue that I had last year that I raised, that GB is a national security issue. I brought it up because when I look at the budget, we have to specify in our budget the, as they call it, public companies, but as we learn in our corporate governance training, the better term is government-related entities. Because contrary to popular belief, even though we're the shareholder, even though the government of Sint Maarten is the shareholder, it doesn't give us the right to use those government-related companies as our personal piggy banks. So when I ask a question like, what is the reality? How realistic is it that we can actually get our concession fees, get whatever is due to us from these companies? I really do expect that to be answered. And MP Ponteflet and I always ask the similar questions when it comes to companies and dividends. And we even got the dividend policy that isn't finalized from government, I believe from the Ministry of Finance. And, unfortunately, the reality is this. We can ask whatever we want about dividends and when they're going to pay out, but they will never pay out if they don't have profit. And when you look at the overview of the government-related companies, I just want to read what's in the toelichting. So there's a little bit of difference in the translation from Dutch to English, but I'll try and give you the gist of it, right? So when you go to the public companies, it says, the negative effects of the COVID-19 crisis also affected the financial situation of public companies, government-related entities. In 2020, they also had to use their reserves, and there were negative results across the board. We expect that for some of these companies, this will continue in 2022. The negative results of recent times are not expected to have a direct effect on the functioning of the government. Where possible, government entities have also implemented cost cuts to absorb the shocks caused by COVID-19, and measures have been taken to improve the deteriorating liquidity positions. The main government entities are briefly discussed below, and they proceed to, and it's funny because they talk about COVID-19 as a major effect or major impact on the company, when quite frankly, I'll get to the point that the sort of consistency that I see in these companies is pretty much the same across the board. You have government boards, like government-owned companies that we call government-related companies that have boards that interfere. You have on a government level interference into the supervisory boards, interference into management, which is why I'm going to get back into GB and talk about why I think it's still a national security issue. It goes to say about GB. No recent information has been received from GB to date. The most recent information received relates to the period up to mid-2021. We're in March 2023. At that time, GB's financial situation was still good. For 2021, options for taking out a new loan for capital investment and strengthening cash flow are being explored. But we're in 2023. So again, I really want my question answered, that what is the likelihood of us getting concession? Because in here it says everything is peachy keen up to 2021, but I do think it's incomplete. So whether it's anyone in the Council of Ministers that can answer that, I really expect that to be answered in terms of collectability and reality. I proceeded again, maybe it was yesterday, the day before, to say, normally what I've seen in the past is that government, when government has to receive a concession fee from GB, they also have bills to pay for GB because they has all the government companies, they use electricity, they use water. And I wanted to ask again, I'm going to repeat it, are we going to get paid the concession fee, or is government going to offset what they owe GB with the concession fee they're supposed to get? Because I would hate to believe that government is an enabler. We're in a very, very critical point right now. Again, I call it national security issue because government, usually in the past, has a big bill open, and GB also has to pay government. So we're just offsetting it. So when you're presenting information, yes, it is on a contractual basis. I'm representing the revenue I'm supposed to be getting from these government-related companies. But the same way that I use them as my personal piggy banks is the same way that I have a responsibility to make sure that they operate successfully. And so I want to understand, when you tell me and you explain me, if the concession is collectible, I want you to tell me what's going to happen when the company can't do what they're there to do, can't provide electricity. Because while Seven Seas can probably supply quite well the French side with water, I want to know what's going to happen with GB when it comes to electricity consumption. I'm not trying to fearmonger. I brought this up since last year, and then my question was skipped over. So I really honestly want to know, what is the likelihood of this company paying concession fees when the latest information that I have from the company says that they were still good for 2021. So I really want to understand that, and I'm going to reiterate that the only time we can get any money from a company through dividends that MP George Pontiflet and I always ask about is when you have profit. So please, please answer me this question. The rest of the government-related companies, they go on to talk about Telem, Harbor, Winair, PGIA, and Post NV. I'm not going to read everything, but I want to let the public see the consistency or the trend that's happening in these government-related companies. Because while we're here talking about a budget that I'm actually, for the most part, satisfied with the majority of the questions I get for explanations, and we're all challenging the Council of Ministers to make sure that they can explain why something is cut, they can explain why there's no capital expenditures in the 7 or 8 years, and that's fine. What I actually see that is really, really, really interesting for everyone to know is that GB is in the same position as government. They can't do any capital expenditures if they're not making any money. So how are they going to maintain anything, upgrade anything, if they don't have? They're literally a direct or a reflection. They're twinning. They're literally shadowing the government. So when you look at Telem, it says the result and the income before taxes, depreciation, developments up to Q3 2022 of Telem is disappointing. By the end of 2022, the result is expected to be in line with this negative development through Q3. Solvency is still good, and as long as the government pays its bills on time and pays the arrears on time, it is not expected that additional funding from the government will be required. However, Telem should indicate in the short term what its plans are to return to positive results. So we're depending on a government that now is going to spend a lot of money in capital investments, hallelujah, thank God, finally, to save a company that is disappointing. So I just want to make that connection, okay? So we also have a loan due this year in October, which other MPs have brought up. So I just want to let you all know how my brain works. So we have a loan that we're assuming will be refinanced, which is why I just want maybe the Minister of Finance to explain that to me again, to make sure that, hey, this is the way that we do things. It's going to be refinanced. Yes, we have a loan schedule here. We're going to be negotiating refinancing with the Netherlands, and then we're going to be good. But when you look at what's happening with the government-related entities, it actually gets really worrying, because what's going to happen when they're in a position where they can't help themselves and they come to a government that's relying on an assumption of refinancing a loan? So this is negative, 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 negative. Like, this is what is freaking me out at this point, and this is the comfort that I need to get today from government-related entities, because I want to know what can the government actually get from companies that are disappointing, like Telem, and others that only had information up until 2021. That's what's making me very nervous. I go on to talk about the harbor. The cash position of the harbor is in order at the end of 2022 at USD 43.5 million, of which 8.8 million is restricted. As of the beginning of 2022, the harbor resumed its regular monthly payments to the government of concession fees. And in November, a settlement of various outstanding concession receivables, and on the other hand, a settlement of debts of government to the harbor took place. On the balance, the harbor thereby paid 2.1 million to the government. In addition, the harbor repaid the SLAC loan to the government in full in December. In doing so, the harbor transferred 1.8 million guilders, change in currency is noted, in complete settlement of this loan, which expired at the end of 2022. While we're on the topic of the harbor, I will pass on my question to the Minister of TEAT through you, Mr. Chair, to ask about the mooring plan, the mooring billing plan. According to me, in my time as Minister of TEAT, what I understood is that the area in Great Bay Beach, from the port to DV, over to DV side, those waters belong to, they're managed under SLAC. Same thing in Simpson Bay Lagoon, same thing in Simpson Bay Bay. So from the Simpson Bay Resort down to Beacon Hill side, so anything that is moored in there is managed by SLAC, they collect it. So my question is, if this mooring project, if it goes out on bid, I want to understand how that's going to happen in relation with SLAC, who has paid back government whatever loan. I just need to understand the logic behind that, how it is possible to do it, to understand that really what the Minister of TEAT has actually proposed is going to be reality for us to collect this year. Moving on to Winair, and this is my favorite one actually, because Winair, if anyone remembers Winair back in 2010, they were in the negatives of tens of millions. And where they've come to today, I actually probably would have to say is a result of strict management and strict board members, knowing what they're doing and trying their best to keep politics out and the interference eliminated, eliminating the interference from it. And it's actually a perfect study that any government should look at for how to fix the other companies and how not to really play politics, where the influence comes in from government level on who you select on a board, which actually causes detriment to a company. So I really want, that's my suggestion, is actually for government to look at how did this company come from owing millions and millions of money to the airport to actually in the positive. And I'm going to read theirs, because theirs is the only good news in the government-related companies out of 6 government-related companies listed on here. Winair. Revenue up to Q3 is already almost 9 million guilders higher than for the whole of 2021. EBITDA, income before tax, is positive and sufficient to cover depreciation and interest expenses. The high season starts again in Q4, and it is expected that 2022 will end with at least a positive result of around 1 million. Again, my reminder would be, if anyone is thinking of using this partly government-related company as their personal piggy bank, don't, because where it is today in 2023, from 2010, is a miracle, and it's actually based on proper management and proper board members doing what they're supposed to do. PGIA, everyone knows PGIA. The EBITDA and earnings are positive for 2022. Solvency ratio also looks sound. For the government, there are currently no indications of any risk regarding additional financial contributions to be made. PGIA is currently working hard on the reconstruction of the departure and arrival halls, which will eventually have a further positive effect on the further development of the airport's result. Everyone knows pretty much the airport status. There's nothing really of added value in here that I see. And perhaps the question then will be added on, when do you think they're gonna ever start paying concession fee? Do they have to pay something like a concession fee? I don't know. The last one, Post NV, Post Office. The PSS is a loss-making public company, and it is basically only kept afloat with public contributions. It is important to define an adequate strategy from the government regarding this public participation and to determine what should eventually happen to it. So, GB, Telem, Harbor, Winair, PGIA, Post NV. I think the only one that I could say out of this that had positive result and notes on it was Winair. That's the only one. So again, my question is going to go back to, how likely is it that anything we're supposed to receive from these companies will be seen this year? And I will ask the government my question again about GB. Are you going to pay GB your electricity bills? Is GB going to pay you their concession fee? Or are you going to offset them with each other? Don't be an enabler. Are you going to lead by example and figure out how this is going to help us with our budget and help me realize a realistic budget? That's what I want to understand. And if they're going to offset what they have to pay in their bills, is there an agreement allowing them to offset? How are they going to handle that? Normally, I think, if I remember correctly, that's usually done maybe when they're preparing financial statements to make sure that it's properly noted in the financial statements, in the explanations of it. So I just want to understand that, because I don't even know where GB stands with their financial statements. So again, I'm going to say, what is the status of the utility company that I said was a national security issue? And in the worst case scenario, I just want to know what's going to happen if we don't have electricity. I just want to know. Maybe the same way we're going to help the French side with water, maybe EDF can help us with electricity supply. I don't know. It's just simple. I mean, it's a very simple question. And it led to me now having to read all of this, because now I really want to understand. And Py22-23, you missed what I said earlier, and what I was trying to reiterate is that you and I are always asking about a dividend policy. And what I reiterated was that there's no way that we can expect any money to come from companies that are not making a profit. And I'm going to say that again. And I hope that while we are seeing financial statements coming in, you're seeing financial statements being brought up to date of this government and cleaning up of stuff that had been tolerated in the past, I hope that where our influence lies, that we start to learn from our lessons, do a study, and understand why these companies, these government-related companies, are where they are today, and how did government influence those companies. With that said, I'm going to move over to a question for, so let me just summarize. I had a question for the Ministry of Tayat, and I also had a question for the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, and whoever else wants to answer me about GB. And I also have sent you my questions to Minister Samuel. He's the one that has the most for me today. And if you can just bear with me, let me look them up. Minister Samuel, this question is only related to the John Lamerney Center. I have sent the questions already to the Griffier, so you should have them actually already in your inbox. And this is in relation to the renovation and upgrade of the John Lamerney Center. What is phase 1 of the project? How long will it take to complete the entire project? Is the total cost $2 million, or is that to cover the first phase? What will be the internal organs of the skeletal structure? Is it going to include more dance studio space, a small theater, sound system? Is it going to have more storage and sufficient parking? Will the building remain a disaster shelter when it's completed? What happened to all the invested parties who were supposed to have a say in the matter? Were there any recent stakeholder consultations held concerning this project? Who is steering the project now? What happened to the budget that was there before? What happened to the information that was given before? Who decided on these drawings, and what happened to all of the other submitted drawings and ideas? And with that, Mr. Chair, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Ludmila De Wever. The next person I see is MP Christopher Emmanuel. MP Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you, the honorable ministers and their support staff, my colleagues, and everyone who's watching and viewing by whichever means. I actually have no questions in the second round for the ministers. However, I wanted to say to Rudolph Samuel that, to Dr. Anders, to the Minister Samuel of Education, I would have wished he would take that phone call this morning, because on my way dropping my daughter to school, she turned and she said, "Daddy, what did the minister say?" And I said, "Well, the minister said, you were right. You were right." And she was like, "Yes, yes." And she goes and she said, "So does that mean I'm getting a picture with the minister?" And I was like, I can't allow you to be concerted with the enemy, you know. And then I said, you know what, let me try and call the minister to see whereabouts he is early in the morning, so we could have probably swooped across there early, catch you in your uniform with the book next to the minister, and we could have probably get a picture with him. The minister said it was too early. He was still sleeping, I could imagine, from last night, so he missed it. But he said he'll make the effort to go and try and find Zinaya Zuri at Hillside School in Cahill and get a picture with her sometime. It was good this morning when she pumped her fist and said, yes, she has the bragging rights. You know, Mr. Chairman, I came here today because I was weighing certain things in terms of how am I to deliberate on what I want to say. And I had to sort of question and also weigh the consequences of what is being said. Because, you know, most of the times we say here on the floor of Parliament that you have immunity, but with immunity comes responsibility too as well. And I remember one time a former MP said on a radio interview that he has information, a tape or a recording, where another MP was receiving a bribe or something like that. And when that information was released, it was downhill for that other individual because of the content of what it was. So I sort of look at that scenario and question if that's the angle I should go. And I said, yes, that's what I want. I really do want that. However, Mr. Chairman, you know, there's this story, and seeing that we are so good all of a sudden now of bringing up Bible stories and stuff, I have one too of my own. There was this young king who inherited a kingdom, Mr. Chairman. And the senior clergymen or the senior advisors who used to advise his father before went to him and said, listen, loosen the yoke from around the necks of your people and your kingdom would last long. I know MP Pantaflet is familiar with what I'm talking about. If you loosen the yoke from around the necks of your people, your kingdom would last long. You would last very long as the ruler of your kingdom. And then the younger advisors came to him and said, don't listen to them. Their time done. This is our time now. Don't loosen up and tighten it. Leave we enjoy everything what's going on. Don't worry with them, tighten it. Guess who you think he listened to? He listened to the younger ones, and he tightened the yoke around their necks, and his kingdom didn't last very long at all. As a matter of fact, he himself didn't last very long at all. So what is it? A long stint in your political career, or a short one with consequences that involve other individuals? I would choose the first one. But I'm saying this, an election must come in this country. And yes, who the cap fit, wear it. A lot of people, Mr. Chairman, will be wearing different caps. Who the shoe fit, wear it. I hope the shoes and everything can fit at that time. Because what I'm saying is this: whenever, Mr. Chairman, whenever you try to dig a hole for someone, dig one for yourself. Whenever you try. Me, I am capable and willing to take on any fight. Any fight, because it is something actually that I like. I am willing to do that, Mr. Chairman. But I prefer the longer kingdom. I prefer the longer stay in one's political career. I prefer that today. I prefer that now. And it's not the fight I'm going to take on now. But a time will come when I will. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Christopher Emmanuel. The next person on the list is MP Grisha Halliger Martin. MP Grisha Halliger Martin, you have the floor.
A pleasant good afternoon to you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the SG, Ms. Anne Groen. Good afternoon to the ministers, the Council of Ministers that are here with us today, the support staff that are tuning in or sitting in. And good afternoon to those in the Tribune. Good afternoon to my fellow colleagues and everyone in St. Maarten, my sweet Swaliga. Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say to MP Emmanuel, I'm proud of you. MP Emmanuel, how it works is in life, you let those win the battle, but in the end, you win the war. Let the little battles, let them go ahead. Let them have fun. Let them feel they're winning. But when that war comes, the day of the war, that's when you win the war. Mr. Chairman, as I start my address in the second term, I would like to clarify some matters. After an election, and before government takes office, a coalition agreement or a governing accord is signed between the coalition parties. We've been there, right, Mr. Chairman? So that comes first. Coalition agreement comes first, and then secondly, the coalition parties create a governing program. Been there, done that, right, Mr. Chairman? More than once, I'm sure, with you. And this is basically a contract with the people, pledging what the coalition will do during that 4-year term. As a matter of fact, in his budget address in December 2021, the Minister of Finance stated, this government is committed to the vision that is mentioned in the coalition agreement, namely realization of a country with a strong multi-pillar economy, where opportunities exist, which empowers each citizen to realize their strength to progress at all levels, a place where every dream can be realized. Now, Mr. Chairman, the current governing program to which I referred to on Wednesday, this one, was not the original one. It was the amended one, dated March 2021. Right here, I highlighted it. In it, and I just printed this off the government's website, this one, you can find it right now. In it, a number of references are made to COVID-19, but none, and I repeat, none, was made on pages 4 and 5 that I read out yesterday. So clearly, the government did not believe that COVID-19 had any influence on its objective with regards to decolonization, my favorite word of the day. So the convenient COVID-19 excuses that is often used these last couple of months, years, a year, is not applicable here at all. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I want to remind the people of Sint Maarten that I pledged not to be a rubber stamp. I stood right here. I sat here. MP at that time, Omar Otley, sat there. You, Mr. Chairman, sat here, and MP Westcott right here. She never moved. She stayed right there. And I stood right there. And I made a pledge, actually a disclaimer. And I said, I will be no yakniker, no rubber stamp. That was my disclaimer on February 10, 2020. My disclaimer, I said on that day, the day I took oath. And I have been and remain consistent where that is concerned, Mr. Chairman. You can go on my YouTube channel right now, Grisha Heilaga Martin, and look at that video. It's on. So the suggestion that I suddenly became critical of this government after I became independent into opposition is unfortunate and really silly. As a matter of fact, and ironically, the reasons why I had to go independent is that I could not reconcile my conscience with the incompetence and failures of the government I was supporting, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, further to this point, let me state for the record that I commend Minister Samuel. I commend Minister Otley. And I commend even the rookie, Minister Lambrie. The 3 ministers that are in here today, I commend the 3 of you. You know why I commend you? I commend them for their performance and conduct during this budget debate. The 3 ministers that are right in here today, the only 3 ministers that are right in here with us today. Imagine that. My 3 ministers that are in here today, our 3 ministers that are in here today. Let me explain why. Even though I might not agree with everything they say or do, at least they actually answer questions, Mr. Chairman, in a timely and clear manner. Give elucidations, have respect, Mr. Chairman, calm, a pleasant demeanor, and are able to address the Parliament even if their reading notes fail them. And don't get defensive and throw blame on their predecessors. They don't throw blame. I haven't heard it from them thus far. Maybe I could be wrong. Or ask MPs to find information on Google. I was told that many times. You could find the answer on Google. Go look for it on Google. When you listen to them and watch them, you actually get the feeling that they know what they're talking about. They even thank MPs for suggestions and indicate what they will do with them, if anything. I'm grateful for that, ministers. Really and truly, from the bottom of my heart, I am, for all 3 of you. And this is just not my observation, Mr. Chairman, but a number of neutral observers have brought these differences between ministers to my attention. I'm not the only one with that opinion, ministers. You're doing a great job thus far. But Mr. Chairman, on Wednesday, when I read from the governing program, and I won't repeat it again, but like 3 years into this term, after reading that governing program again while I was reminding of it, I simply failed to see which tangible results this government has achieved, despite the suggestions and support from this House across the board. You know what I believe this government has achieved, Mr. Chairman? Nothing, nix, nada. Not all of them, most of them. I can't do that to all my ministers. Where are the solutions, Mr. Chairman? Where's the growth? Where's the development? Where is the unity? That's the main part too. Where's our island's positioning in the region on the global stage? Where's the self-reliance these are all mentioned in the governing program, but the results are just not there. In 3 years' time, Mr. Chairman, this government has provided no solutions, no hope for the people of this island. I can state that clearly. All we have seen and heard are rhetoric, flashy presentation, grandiose speeches, promise, trips, photo ops, and last but not least, Mr. Chairman, blaming, ignoring, and disrespecting this house, the people's house, Mr. Chairman. Imagine ministers not coming to Parliament because they have a video meeting with a Dutch state secretary who those same ministers accuse of mistreating the government of Sint Maarten. Imagine ministers getting upset, being defensive, grandstanding, playing the victim, and deflecting whenever Parliament dares to ask for results or pose questions about how this government is executing its task for the taxpayers of this island. That's the job, Mr. Chairman. I sat right there one day and said, this is the job. We supervise, we advise, we pass legislation. That's the job. No matter if we're in a coalition or not, that's the job. We have to make them accountable whether we're in there or not, because this is the job, the title of the job. That's the job in here. Not favoritism and not protecting your own, even when they're wrong. That's not the job, Mr. Chairman. Remember that. This has been the reality of this government, though, Mr. Chairman. How can any self-respecting minister of government claim to be cleaning up the mess and blaming predecessors for it after 3 years? What will the excuses be when the fourth and last budget of this government term is due in the next half year? How many terms does it take to clean up a mess, Mr. Chairman? Instead of solutions for the islands based on open and constructive dialogue with Parliament and making use of the available opportunities and suggestions provided by Parliament, Mr. Chairman, all we get are drastic cuts in salaries and financial assistance for those in need. But Mr. Chairman, in addition to the cuts, we also see constant conflict, court cases between government and employees, questionable decisions, actions, damning ombudsman's report. Remember those, Mr. Chairman? And more to come, I was just informed. The GB saga, Mr. Chairman, that was just, again, reiterated by my colleague. The airport saga, another one dear to my heart, and another one I'll be keeping a keen eye on in the next coming days, weeks, months. I guarantee you that, Mr. Chairman. The PGIA workers are not being paid, and they're being victimized by their CEO. That's a problem for me, Mr. Chairman, because I've been there, done that with that same CEO. So I know. So I'm watching, Mr. Chairman. The Telem staff being disrespected and also victimized by their CEO. Been there, done that with that CEO too, Mr. Chairman. So when I stand here and say that I'll be watching the CEOs of Telem and PGIA, because I work with them. I know how they are, Mr. Chairman. All of this with the approval of the government. Teachers not getting their dues. Justice workers not getting their full retroactive payments and mandates. The list goes on and on, making this government look like a dictatorship. That's what I'm gathering, Mr. Chairman. Where is the much needed talk about capacity building, Mr. Chairman? Where's the GB relief for our seniors? Where are the promised jobs, growth, and opportunities for our younger population? All we hear from government when asking questions and offering solutions, if we hear from them at all, it can't be done. The Dutch government or the CFT doesn't agree. We're with our backs against the wall. We don't have capacity. We have to look into it. We're planning to set up a working group. No, we're planning to set up a steering committee. No, we plan to set up a project team to do the research and get back to you. That's what I get, Mr. Chairman. What we have all seen with this government, Mr. Chairman, is that it hides behind a lot of committees, working groups, reports, studies, platforms, meetings, discussions, projections, trajections, etc., etc., etc. I mean, we all have these committees and work groups set up. I really don't understand what they're set up for. I think we have them recently now, from what I heard recently, set up for tax improvement. I was told one for slavery reparations and atonement. I told there's another one for the implementation of the Graaf and the Van Raak motion, and others that I already lost track on, Mr. Chairman. I can't keep up. Anytime a topic comes up that needs a decision-making and action, the government goes into committee mode. And in all fairness to the government, the Dutch government seems to have the same problem. I could say that, because I know that. Instead of taking decisions and dealing with issues and having vision, they set up committee after committee to study if it's so, and they just don't make decisions. But what have all these activities yielded for the people of Sint Maarten? Shouldn't the government dedicate all its time, energy, money, and limited resources into getting the capacity to actually execute what needs to be done, Mr. Chairman? And how are all these committees formed when there's limited capacity and limited funds? People don't work for free, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in different documents, government refers to the obligation to be compliant with international law. Many of the different documents that I referred to yesterday, it's mentioning that. And that's a good thing, of course, Mr. Chairman. However, it also surprised me that when it comes to our right to self-determination and full measure of self-government, which as preemptive norm that overrides all international obligations, the government never mentions or uses it when or before taking decisions or executing laws. If certain laws are screened against certain international laws and obligations, should that not be done for all the laws against all international laws, Mr. Chairman? Simply being rhetorical with this question. Mr. Chairman, I have a binder here, this binder, filled with correspondences to the Prime Minister and some other ministers, and mostly to the Prime Minister regarding the decolonization. A lot of letters. I'm sure the Prime Minister can confirm that, since she even admonished me once about a number of letters I was sending to her. Her coalition partner then. Let me just go over the timeline and what I did to facilitate the Prime Minister handling of the decolonization process. My part, within my purview. My first letter to her was dated June 8, 2020, Mr. Chairman. Almost 3 years ago. It was actually a package of information based on research that I carried about decolonization. 227 pages in total. At that time, I sent the entire information package to the former President of Parliament with the request to share it with even the other parliamentarians within the kingdom. The cover letter included questions which, together with the documentation provided, led to our Prime Minister to conclude the following in her response to them through the President of Parliament on October 6. She stated, based on the above, I am of the opinion that finalizing the decolonization can and should be started as soon as possible. It will both benefit the international reputation of the kingdom and the Netherlands, and therefore Sint Maarten and its sister islands, and allow for the sustainable social, economic development and prosperity of the people of Sint Maarten. Seeing the initiative by MP Heiliger Martin, I therefore look forward to the Parliament's follow-up and support of the Council of Ministers with this process. Based on that response, Mr. Chairman, I have sent numerous additional letters to the Prime Ministers with questions and suggestions. That lisp of mine, my apologies. Unfortunately, the questions were not adequately answered, and not much, or if any, was done with the recommendations either. From the Prime Minister's remark yesterday, it is again painfully clear that she still does not understand what her rights are and what to do. For one thing, it is Resolution 945 and not 145 that gives her the right to request a meeting with the UNGA. It's the amended one of 945. So let me try once again, Mr. Chairman. One of my faction workers have prepared visits and accompanied political and other delegation from different islands to the UN, going back to 2001 on at least 5 occasions. One of my faction staff right here in this House of Parliament. That's when you align yourself with people and they stay with you throughout. They don't leave you. They stay with you. The participants in these delegations met with permanent representatives from different nations and even the UN Secretary General. No formal request to meet with the UNGA at that time for different political reasons, but the permanent representatives indicated that a formal request from the government in question to ask for an audience with the UNGA could be honored and tabled by then. If the Prime Minister needs assistance with exercising Sint Maarten's right under Resolution 945 to seek an audience with the UNGA, directly or via a friendly nation, I am hereby renewing my offer to her for my staff to provide her with advice on this matter to make it happen. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that I have talked and talked and walked and walked. It is up to the Prime Minister now to walk the walk, having talked the talk for the last 3 years. And just for the record, let me explain what happened to Parliament's follow-up on the motion of June 29, 2021, Mr. Chairman. It is very simple, Mr. Chairman. And when you talk about a lot of letters going back and forth, sometimes you need to take time and read it. Just read. This follow-up had become redundant soon after the motion was passed, Mr. Chairman. And why? Most importantly, my continued research showed that the former State Secretary for the Kingdom Relations had confirmed to both the Dutch Senate and the Parliament that the De Graaf motion of 2016 and the Van Raak motion of 2019 would be executed jointly. How happy I was to hear it that day, Mr. Chairman. This execution clearly implied that a consultation process, including all 6 islands of the Dutch Caribbean, aimed at bringing about fundamental changes to the Kingdom Charter, het statute, will take place. That's what happened then. This was in line with the 3rd recommendation of the 30th of August 25th, 2021, August 25th, 2021, which hopefully would have led to one or more of the roundtable conferences between the governments and Parliament of the Dutch Caribbean Islands and the Netherlands, which I have been championing since 2020. Mr. Chairman, after having received 3 letters from the Prime Minister regarding this between September 2nd and September 29th of 2021, I did more research and responded to her on March 29, 2022, outlining the reasons why the follow-up by Parliament on the motions of June 29, 2021 has become redundant. I did break it down, Mr. Chairman. In that same letter, I asked questions to the Prime Minister in order for the Parliament to be able to formulate its position on the different processes as it continues its deliberation. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, during my tenure as President of Parliament, I managed to have the execution of the De Graaf and the Van Raak motions placed on the agenda of the IPKO. It's part of our afspraaklijst now that all countries have to execute. And last year, Py22 of the Second Chamber managed to get a motion passed in the Dutch Parliament to have the Kingdom Conference organized. The same Kingdom Conference MP Westcott and I has been asking a lot about. So here we are today, Mr. Chairman. You know, a lot of work that I can stand by. Because, Mr. Chairman, every morning after I drop my kids to school, whether there's a meeting in here, yes or no, I walk through that market, I tell those ladies good morning, and I'm in here and I'm present. You can ask my boy Robbie there, and you can ask also Martina, the police and the security, every morning. And I say my good mornings to them every day. Whether there's a meeting or not, I am present. You want to walk through the market, ask them if they don't see Grisha, Heilige Martin walking through there every day. I come here when there's no meeting, I read. And when there's meeting, I prepare. And when I want to have a meeting, I research. I do the job, and I just outlined it. This is my job. And these are letters that I sent out, and most of them aren't even printed. But these are the important ones that I print, and I keep with myself in this binder. This binder. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, hopefully having cleared up that matter too, Mr. Chairman, I have the following questions for the Prime Minister regarding the Kingdom Conference. Just a few questions for the Prime Minister. Who is doing what? I need clarity on that. Can the protocol the Prime Minister mentioned be cleared with Parliament in writing? Has the IPKO recommendation that the Parliament will be represented in the Kingdom Conference, the recent IPKO recommendation, been taken into consideration? By whom is Sint Maarten represented in the preparation process? Is it in another working group, Mr. Chairman? Will the Van Raak and the Graaf motions and the third recommendation be used as the basis for the Kingdom Conference? Since the latter two documents state that governments of all islands should be consulted, that's the main crux of those motions and the third recommendation, Mr. Chairman. Can the Prime Minister commit to Parliament that she will insist that this will be the case? Can she? And keep Parliament informed on this? A yes or no will suffice. I'm just asking. If no, why not? Mr. Chairman, having cleared up hopefully all these matters with regards to decolonization, I would like to offer a final general advice to government and the Prime Minister in particular. This document Sustainable Development Plan of the BVI. It's been on the same United Nations multi-country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean 2022-2026 that the Prime Minister signed off on behalf of Sint Maarten, which is this document. This document came from this document. I'll explain it to you. So the BVI signed this same document and came up with this document. Let me quote some of the points from this plan, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, what's my time, if I may ask?
20 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to quote a few items in the BVI's SIP plan. Enhance global partnership for development, adequate provisions and mobilization of all means of implementation and continued international support to achieve internationally agreed goals. This is their plan, Mr. Chairman. Under their local targets, upgrade the skills of senior government officials in the area of resource mobilization, update tax collection, more efficient through the use of technology while putting in place penalties for non-compliance. Okay, I need my glasses. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, bear with me a few seconds. Print is a bit small for me. Let me name a few more things. The 2007 Virgin Islands Constitution would delegate the powers and conduct international relations to the elected government. This has ensured that the government would deepen the relations with the Caribbean regional organizations and many of the institutions in the United Nations. Any discussions on constitutional advancement must include the 1960s UN Declaration on Granting of Independence to colonial countries and peoples, which obligates the United Kingdom to meaningfully assist its dependent territories with decolonization and the realization of a full determination. So yes, the BVI is under the C24, but we can use the C24 as well to get us to the General Assembly. I know they are listed as they are on the list. This document also establishes the Constitutional Review Commission to commence the engagement on constitutional review. It deepens the relationship with this UNC24 process and educate the public on the decolonization process. Consultations with this public can be enhanced by inviting national, regional, and international speakers to engage in the issues of decolonization. And I can go on and on and on with this, Mr. Chairman. One more part is by 2036, this document pledges and states that we will have a well-resourced external relationship plan and institutional structure that promotes the National Sustainable Development Plan, the NSDP, and continue to effectively safeguard and well-established reputation while managing the coordinating the country's representation in the international arena. Keep this on. As is clear from these quotes, Mr. Chairman, this document represents a totally different regional approach. So away from the Eurocentric dependency model to a self-reliant, regional, and global-oriented governing model and approach. So exactly what is in our government program, Mr. Chairman. This single document, Mr. Chairman, is the BVI's so-called country implementation plan. You hear those two last words? Implementation plan. That means action. That means action. Besides the BVI, St. Kitts is working on theirs, Mr. Chair, right across the board. And Belize has one as well. And is evident from the short quotes I read, Mr. Chairman, this document combines capacity building, this document, nation building with decolonization and reparations. Isn't this an ideal combination for Sint Maarten, Mr. Chairman? These countries deal directly with the UN system for instance, funding, as former Minister Plasterk alluded to and suggested back in 2017. There was a letter from Mr. Plasterk that I sent to the Prime Minister as well. He alluded to getting funding from the UNDP. It was clear that she did not see a need, or maybe she didn't see the need to pursue this route. So if both the BVI, which is a British dependency, and St. Kitts, which is an independent country, since 1983, still developing, Mr. Chairman, can go this route, why can't we, Mr. Chairman? These two islands are somewhere in between constitutionally. We are right in between them. We are not independent, we're not a dependency, we're an autonomous, on writing, autonomous country, in writing. That's what it states. Why are we going through complicated and confusing Eurocentric process of trying to merge a country package? Where is it? Here we go. Bring them here. So we got a country package, TVO, NRPB, combined with the NDV, which is the National Division Plan here, to come up with a budget right here that's supposed to achieve our objectives as a nation. Why are we going all over? Why would the Prime Minister beg for help and put herself and the country at the mercy of one who is primarily responsible for getting us in the situation that we have been in and currently are in today? My colleague, MP Marlin, rightfully referred to it yesterday in first round. Why not just create a comprehensive strategic development plan like the BVI and execute it? It would mean not having to fly to the Netherlands to ask for money for climate change, as the Prime Minister proudly said yesterday. All this information and these suggestions were sent to the Prime Minister on March 29, 2022, almost a year ago, Mr. Chairman. So my advice again to the Prime Minister of this coalition government, my advice is KISS. Keep it simple. Keep it efficient, effective, result-oriented. Stop the word salad and the document salad. Stop creating and working with a complicated Eurocentric bureaucracy. And follow the example of BVI, St. Kitts, and Belize. Mr. Chairman, I also want to address the government on the following practical matters. The budget, including the explanatory note and other supporting documents, are completely in the Dutch language. Take a sip of water, if I can. Yet, all deliberations on the budget and other legislation in this House are conducted in English. Even Dutch-speaking guests address Parliament in the English language. With reference to the remarks of MP Westcott Williams yesterday and the Prime Minister about the English language, I would hereby like to ask the government if and when the budget and supporting documentation can be presented in English language. It is, after all, the people's budget, and the average person needs to be able to read and understand it. Mr. Chairman, I have one final question for the Minister of Justice. I am going over to the justice part. Can the Minister of Justice confirm that all the immigration officers who started to work since 2010, so all the classes, if they receive a basic salary, well, I know they usually receive a basic salary, but all those that are receiving a basic salary, those are in the interim, just cutting in, if they are insured under SZV. I just want to make sure that those are coming in, the students, if they are indeed those that are receiving a basic salary, if they're all insured under SZV. I need clarifications on that, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, for the Minister of Justice, I need my glasses again. I received an email last night from some concerned, this morning, sorry, from some concerned immigration officers. And I'm going to read it out for the Minister of Justice so that she can just try and rectify this issue. There seemed to be a miscommunication, just for rectification's sake. I'm going to read it out for the Minister to hear their concern. It says, "Good morning, MP Heiliger Martin. Firstly, we would like to thank you for representing us in Parliament and express our gratitude for your efforts. We are writing to raise some concerns about the communication procedures used to disseminate information to immigration officers within our ministry. Under KPSM, we always receive information and instructions via official and signed communique through the department's intranet. Note that these communiques were always signed by the Chief of Police and in his absence by Acting Chief of Police. It seems, however, that our Honourable Minister, Ms. Richardson, may not be fully informed about what is happening within her ministry and how her managers are handling communications and other affairs with the employees. Now that we are no longer under KPSM, notices and communiques are being distributed via email and WhatsApp instead of official communications that are signed by the minister and her managers as per protocol. Furthermore, these instructions are often issued as mandatory orders, which causes doubt and confusion among employees, and we have no means of verifying the source of the content of the information. Often you will hear remarks such as, "It is impossible this instruction coming from the minister." One example of this was the recent letter regarding mandatory classes, which was also sent to our union. Our lawyer, Mr. Cormax, was informed by the union about the content of the letter and subsequently sent an email to the minister's acting HR with the minister's copied on it. Another example was regarding a WhatsApp message from our coordination instructor instructing us to take photos for an unknown upcoming event. We are writing to seek your help in understanding why the minister has not addressed this issue with her staff to clarify exactly what is happening and to question why this form of communication is being used to inform and instruct employees on the work floor. It is being done to allow management to distance themselves from the response. No, she's asking, is this being done to allow management to distance themselves from their employees, they're assuming? Can the minister provide proof of signed communique for the above instruction? Attached are some letters that were sent to us, and I think I'll have to send it to the minister. And I want to remind you that only management is authorized to issue these types of letters to coordinators. We hope this information will help improve the communication procedures in the ministry to prevent further miscommunication and confusion in the future. Thank you for your attention. That was for the Minister of Justice. If you can again try and rectify that communication issue they're having there at the Immigration Department, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the Acting Minister of Rami, Minister Arian. Last night I asked regarding how is it possible that in the 2023 budget, the travel expense for the staff, and I think for the minister himself, is zero for 2023 and 2022, yet he's off island. The minister stated that he made an amendment. We haven't received such amendment, Mr. Chairman. And matter of fact, I want to see right now what the cost is of this recent trip that the Minister of Rami is on. I would like to see the approval on that. I want the exact cost, and I want to also see, before we pass this budget today, I want to see this amendment on the travel to allow this minister to travel. I'd like to see that, please, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to close off by expressing concern and hope. Concern and hope, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this government, to me, is like a rudderless ship just trying to barely make it to shore no matter what. Just to say they made it for the sake of stability. And you heard me say this once, Mr. Chairman, I think more than once. Stability at what cost, Mr. Chairman? Instead of fixing the ship at sea, the captain and crew of this ship are fumbling and bickering their way towards the port. Hanging on by a thread. No, I usually say hanging on by a hairline, because that's weaker than a thread. No matter what the damages and costs are to the passengers. You know what our passengers are, Mr. Chairman? The people. But I hope that this budget debate has served as a warning horn to the captain and the crew of this rudderless vessel. And I hope, Mr. Chair, that it has served as a wake-up call to shape up and fix what needs to be fixed. All I could do is hope, Mr. Chairman. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that this will lead to a budget for 2024 that will be realistic and truly comply with the governing program. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, MP Grisha Halliger Martin. Right now, I'll take a 5 minutes adjournment. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to the continuation of this public meeting number 16 of today, Friday, March 24, 2023. The next speaker on the list is MP Melissa Gums. MP Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you, the Griffier, my colleagues in Parliament, the Council of Ministers, or those that are still with us today, their support staff probably listening, and the people of Sint Maarten joining us online or via other means. Mr. Chairman, I don't have many questions left regarding this budget, and my colleagues have said and asked plenty, much of which I had noted down. There have been some kind of direct and some not so direct responses to the questions asked by myself and some of my colleagues this week. So I just have some brief statements and one suggestion to make, primarily directed towards the ministries of Rami and Teat. And it has a lot to do with the mentioned plans for parking garages. Namely, the plan for 3 to 4 parking garages in the Phillipsburg area, which are necessary, and are plans for mitigating the parking pressure, at least in one area of the country. But I'd maybe make a suggestion that as we're creating more parking to those two ministers, through you, Mr. Chair, that we also start to zero in on the real issue, which is a lack of an improved and streamlined public transportation system that offers actual coverage to districts, which then contributes to an increase of vehicles on the road, because people have to go where they gotta go. The scenario reminds me of a question that I actually asked the Minister of Rami in a meeting where he presented the spatial development strategy, and whether or not he had considered pulling an Anguilla and doing a 24-month stop on large commercial developments to allow the alleged spatial development strategy to be properly implemented and to allow it to kind of breathe. Everything is interconnected. You can have plans for zoning, for protecting the hills, but if there's no will to hit the pause button, then where are you actually going? It's the same thing with the parking garages. You can build them, but if you don't hit the pause on, for example, the import of vehicles, both by personal and commercial endeavors, and to wrangle together with the collectivité the issue of public transportation, then I assume the answer is to just build more parking garages in the future. And as we all know, we live on an island, and so space is limited. So that's just a suggestion for both ministries to perhaps discuss with one another. I stand by my statements from the first round, Mr. Chairman, about the unrealistic nature of this budget with regards to the multi-year garbage contracts in particular, a question that I don't believe was directly answered by the Ministry of Rami. And that question pertained to whether or not there was an agreement in place to renegotiate the garbage contracts to match the new reality. And if there was an agreement, if that would mean that the prices were perchance inflated. MP Peterson further highlighted the district cleaning contracts, and I myself will also await the SWAB report on that scenario. MP De Weaver rightfully reminded me before the meeting today and in her own remarks about the risk position of the government-related entities. And it's so much to consider that I had not even thought about it until she came to me this morning and I said, oh, yes. Because if something happens with these companies that have been used essentially as the country's piggy banks over the decade and change that we've been a country, they are going to come to their majority shareholder, which is government. So it was a good one on MP De Weaver for reminding me of that, and I think highlighting that risk to the public. And Mr. Chairman, finally, there's been a lot of self-aggrandizing, a lot of self-congratulation coming out in the way, in particular, responses have been given, and even the way some questions have been asked, especially last night after I had left the hall. I applaud MP Emmanuel for his restraint last night and this morning, because I won't lie, I contemplated wearing a vest today for an anticipated verbal bullet storm. So with that, I too want to show my Sunday school pride and roots and end with one of my own favorite quotes from Proverbs chapter 16, verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Melissa Gums. The next person on the list is MP Rayon Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to yourself, to the Honorable Council of Ministers, to the griffier, to the Secretariat, to my honorable colleagues, and everybody else tuned in throughout the various media outlets. Mr. Chairman, there's so much talk today about battles and wars. I feel like I should have brought my helmet to protect my head, from these stray bullets. But I understand that we have to wait for it, so I will be waiting in anticipation. But unlike some of the good MPs before me, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a good ability of holding my tongue. MP Emmanuel, you're a better man than me. Because they say them whippersnappers, as we've been called, always want to be snapping. But I guess you can call that transparency, Mr. Chairman. Because with us, what you see is what you get. And I'm not here to protect anybody. I'm here to be critical of this budget and to execute my role of oversight, my controller in the taak, and to call out the hypocrites in the process for the people of Sint Maarten to see. And as for the battles and the wars to become, I'll await. Mr. Chairman, yesterday I heard many articles being mentioned in the last round after I spoke, and I was cringing because some of it bothers me when law articles are misread and misinterpreted by my colleagues. Starting off with our Constitution that was mentioned yesterday as a jab at the quorum games that were being played. Let me start off by saying that Article 100 of the Constitution says nothing of quorum. It actually says that a budget should be with Parliament by December the year before. A very ironic article to quote in an attempt to throw shade, but hypocrisy finds a way. Then there was a statement about 8 people, thanking them for coming to pass this budget. Yet we have seen these same 8 walk out of this very room to defend a minister who was accused of corruption by a High Council of State. See, Mr. Chairman, when you hear statements used for arguments such as, we have to start doing these things, or let's make these things happen, we are condoning ourselves to representatives that often do not even read the laws that they have to consider, let alone understand what it means to execute their job that is expected from them for the budget of this country. We are condoning a set of individuals that are not here to execute their role of oversight, their controller in the taak, but are here to make sure that they or their pals get deals for whatever contract that they can get their hands on. We got MPs talking about why we would drop a government when they themselves have literally dropped government more than once. That's the way that this is. And many previous coalitions have been functioning like this for the last couple of years, with 1 or 2 MPs leading the blind. In het land der blinden is één oog koning, they say. But this government has been facing a new issue since this parliamentary term, and that is that there is no longer a one-eyed man amongst 8 blinds. No, some of us in here came in with 2 eyes very opened up and very, very much aware, and we do not swallow the overly sweet Kool-Aid that has been pushed down the throats of the people of Sint Maarten over the last 4 decades, while they themselves drink champagne. Mr. Chairman, I must be reading a totally different budget than some of the MPs who spoke before me. Because to me, Mr. Chairman, the standard of this budget throughout this parliament process has been set at an all-time low. Where we mention the masses across the Atlantic, but not the ones right before lowlands border marker. Imagine being part of this government apparatus for more than 30 years and be proud of a cut budget, not a balanced one, but a cut one, while throwing shade at those who were there before. Well, you were there before. And then to say that this government survived long enough that they are the only ones to withstand the test of 4 years and that they're doing it different. Mr. Chairman, let me use my immunity for once today to address the Council of Ministers myself and say you're welcome, coalition. You're welcome from our efforts to keep this government together, even though members of y'all own coalition have approached us in this same 4-year term to drop this same government as recently as December 2022. Quote me on it. The only reason they're still here is not because of their members' commitment to integrity or to keeping it together for the good of the country. It's because of us, this faction, and these other members in opposition who don't want to subject the people to the obvious games, who don't want to help y'all send home your own ministers because they did not get parts and contracts that you guys promised them. This MP ain't with it. That's why every time an important decision must be made by this coalition, it is uncertain that this decision will actually get support from the coalition because of those who may need something in order to agree to this decision. This is the reality. And sadly, they're probably secretly glad that MP Bomkamper is suspended because that's probably the only reason they still have a government to begin with. But change is going to come now, I heard. My faction made a commitment, Mr. Chairman, to come here and tell the people the truth. Even though it hurts, it's better than comforting lies. Not even a question, Mr. Chairman, but a rhetorical one. As it was said yesterday that a lot of us only come here to criticize, only to, be chaos, only come here to say no for no's sake. The 8 that were praised, yet I was here until 3 a.m. too. Mr. Chairman, since I became a member of this parliament and opposition, where I always stayed, I voted to pass the budget for this country. Twice. I want to ask all of my colleagues here today, how many of you, while sitting in opposition, have voted to pass a budget for this country presented by the then coalition? And I look across the hall as well, because a lot of these ministers were MPs during their days too, and in opposition. Silence. So it was okay for you to be critical of every single budget that was presented to you as an opposition member, but when we are doing our job, and still, in some cases, support, it's wrong. Hypocrisy at its finest, Mr. Chairman. But as I said in round 1, Mr. Chairman, what we heard in the first round was going to be a lot of emotional remarks, a lot of filibustering, a lot of emotional hijacking, and there will be many of them more to come in this round. There were many comments made that neither legally or factually contradict any of the issues that we mentioned in the first round. The only attempt that was made in total was regarding the tourist tax, and this was defended by just one MP after me. And like most other topics, the MP who defended this point, of course, tries to gaslight the people with deflection tactics, other than actual legal truth. But to come back on the tourist tax, and for transparency's sake, for the people of Sint Maarten, let's break it down. The logeergastenbelasting was never the issue. The logeergastenbelasting is there. It's been there with a very broad general definition of what is an Airbnb. But an amendment is still necessary when it comes to the inning. That was said by the CFT, by the Council of Advice, and the government. And that was never the issue regarding a lack of legal basis. No, that was for the so-called health levy that has now been renamed as tourist tax. Minister, I advise you, through the chairman, to read page 3 of the advice of the Council of Advice on the budget, so he understands specifically what specific tax we are talking about, and that the logeergastenbelasting has nothing to do with it. That's why I thank the Minister Theat to clarify, because he clarified in his answers there was actually a newly proposed tax that is to come, and that is he is of the opinion that generally, whatever type of visitor's entry fee is levied, that it goes back into tourism. Because what the NP did in that round is again try to gaslight the people of Sint Maarten. He's either misinformed or doing it on purpose, but either way, he's wrong again. That's why I made it clear in the distinction of the 15 million between the 5 million for the logeergasten, the Airbnb, and the 10 million that is coming from a tax that does not exist. So I encourage the good MP to try again. That was a poorly executed clapback. A general question to the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of VAS, to you, Mr. Chairman. Why are there amounts of money budgeted to be given to practices, medical practices that belong to medical practitioners who have passed away and others who have left the island? Was their practice taken over by another medical professional? And if so, for how long are the new agreements with the medical professionals with government? Just some clarity on those, but I don't want to mention any names on the floor of Parliament. And then, Mr. Chairman, through you, I would like to come back to the Ministry of Romy, who is currently traveling, but with a travel budget budgeted at 0 guilders on the budget post up until now. I read that the King is pleased with SXM's attendance, and since Holland was part of the organization, maybe the Minister Plenipotentiary would have been a better representative for Sint Maarten than the Minister of Romy, who currently has no budget to travel, nor has any authority over water in this country. And that the King is pleased is fine and dandy, but that's the same King from the same country across the Atlantic that was called the Masters Across the Atlantic yesterday by the same faction leader for the same minister. Hypocrisy once again, Mr. Chairman. But coming back to my questions in round 1, Mr. Chairman, and coming back to the district cleaning, I'm still awaiting the SORB report, and I asked for this specifically a couple of times because I wanted the information before I spoke today to avoid the same rhetoric being spun that documents are being leaked, etc. Then provide us with the documents. Provide us with the documents. If any document that government is paying for should be able to come to Parliament, we approve the budget. So unless they can show me what is confidential in these documents and what specific information from the contractors they are trying to protect, I want to see the full SORB report to you, Mr. Chairman. But since I didn't get it, I would have to follow up on the answers that I received yesterday by myself, especially concerning the evaluation and the awarding of the last district cleaning. I asked the question, but the answer was vague, Mr. Chairman, so I will ask it again through you. of every single company that was awarded the contract for district cleaning, the same calm decision from last week, March 16, 2023, that was pulled back to be assessed by the SOAB to then further be executed, that every single company that won a parcel also scored the highest within the pool of contractors that also bid for that same parcel. I'm going to ask it again. Of every single company that was awarded a contract for district cleaning, did all of them score the highest within the pool of contractors that also bid for that same parcel? The answer to this question to you, Mr. Chairman, is a simple yes or no. And if the answer is anything but a simple yes, Mr. Chairman, then through you, I would also like to ask the following. For which parcels was that not the case? Because I would also like to ask why. Why did they still win the parcel if they did not score highest within their pool? And then I also want to know, based off of what? Points or something else? The SOAB report, evaluation committee, I want to know what we're using. Then, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you if any of the companies that originally bid were disqualified at any point. And if so, I also want to know if from those companies that were disqualified at some time in the process, if any of those ultimately won a contract for a parcel anyway. And if this is the case, how did this happen? Because on what was said company brought back, come back, I said, why was said company brought back even after they were disqualified? And did all other companies that were disqualified also get the privilege to come back and maybe have a redo? Now, lastly, Mr. Chairman, through you, I want to ask about the involvement of SOAB in general, because this government needs to be cautioned in how they try to use audit companies in their favor, because it's pretty obvious what's going on. We didn't like the results that came out through our own evaluation committee, and therefore we need a second opinion. This is meddling with tenders and illegal, period. But to my question about the SOAB, Mr. Chairman, it goes as follows. What were all the differences in the outcome of the evaluation if you compare the evaluation done by the ministry before sending a tender to SOAB for reevaluation? In other words, are there different companies that won before the reevaluation and that ultimately won different parcels when you compare the results from before and after? And if so, which companies came in after the SOAB report specifically? This information can be sent confidentially if they want to you, Mr. Chairman. And then, Mr. Chairman, to end off, just a general statement. You don't get rated if you're just a witness, people. Stay woke. I await the Presidium's report on said rate from last week. That'll be it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Ron Peterson. The next person on the list is MP George Pantherplet. MP George Pantherplet, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, our Khifir, those, of course, our honorable ministers present, the support staff and those that are sitting in the tribune, those that are viewing by the available medium. Mr. Chairman, let me start by thanking the ministers for the answers that have been provided to the questions that I posed. And of course, by extension, Mr. Chairman, I have to thank the staff because while the ministers do the presenting, they're the ones who have to do all the work in getting those answers together. So I want to thank them also. And Mr. Chairman, also, I was surprised to find out that there are persons who follow this meeting up to 3 a.m. in the morning. I got a WhatsApp message at about 10 o'clock. They asked, when is it going to continue? Because they want to follow the budget meeting, which, as we said in the beginning, it is the most important policy document, draft national budget 2023 of any country. Mr. Chairman, you know you have prepared statements, which I try my best to prepare because one has to keep in mind that the public is listening, viewing, not only on St. Maarten, but we have to consider based on social media that I will say the world is also listening and viewing. Mr. Chairman, in life, we have to understand one thing. All of us have a history, every one of us. And I want to say, through you, Mr. Chairman, that definitely, Mr. Chairman, in this hall, there are those who have a history longer than others, Mr. Chairman. I was pleasantly surprised when one of the speakers, my colleagues, mentioned over the last 4 decades. Over the last 4 decades, Mr. Chairman, of what was taking place on St. Maarten. Not 3 years, not 4 years, not 5 years, but over the last 4 decades, Mr. Chairman. So those who are viewing and listening, do the math. Who was there for the last 4 decades? And trying to revive, Mr. Chairman. But let me say this. A leopard cannot change its spots. Once a leopard, Mr. Chairman, always a leopard. Mr. Chairman, my biggest concern is people of St. Maarten, but especially, Mr. Chairman, our senior citizens. Our senior citizens, Mr. Chairman, we all know are going through difficult times. And I believe it is important that we do whatever within our power to ensure that we assist them. And I'm looking at the Article 6, I believe, .1 of the Collection Ordinance, where it mentions, and I kind of paraphrase, that the receivers or tax officers to do whatever it is within their power to make it easy for persons to pay their tax arrears and so on. They have the authority to do so, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I think that should be done. And I'm saying this in the hopes that they're listening to me, Mr. Chairman, because I always say this, I've said this in the past, and I will repeat myself, that if you live long enough, you yourself will one day be a senior or pensioner. And how would you like to be treated, Mr. Chairman? That's very important. How would you like to be treated, Mr. Chairman? So I'm saying to them, respect the seniors and make arrangements within their power, or there are times when it can even be written off, Mr. Chairman. And that's a fact, Mr. Chairman. Kwijtschelding, it is possible, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I pause. Mr. Chairman, the thing that I have been fighting for, and again, I must again thank my colleagues, is the issue of debt cancellation, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I read, I think somewhere here, one of the ministers, I think government talk about refinancing of 316 million. Mr. Chairman, this member of parliament said it before, and I'll repeat myself, do your utmost to get that cancellation. Refinancing, for what? What does that do? Extend the debt longer, for a longer period of time? We're already going to take 80 years to pay them back. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not into refinancing. I'm into debt cancellation, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one of the things I mentioned to salute to the Minister of Economic Affairs and the issue of the fees to be collected for animals. I think the Minister said that there's no legislation to collect fees from small animals and plants and so on, but there's something with import taxes and so on. I didn't catch that too well, but I believe he will explain me as to if we can have legislation to ensure that it happens. Whether it's $5 or $10, whatever, every cent counts, Mr. Chairman. It should not be, as I was told by a former employee of the Economic Affairs Department, that animals are being brought in, and all we do is sign a document, give it to them free of charge, and that's it. So that, Mr. Chairman, definitely, I repeat, I want that to be looked into. Mr. Chairman, I believe a discussion was held, or I heard, where it is said that the matter of debt cancellation, the State Secretary, and I can be corrected by the government or the Prime Minister or whatever minister, that the issue of debt cancellation is a moot point or not up for discussion, Mr. Chairman. I hope that that is not the case. Because like I said, I believe in the first round, that their budget is 395 billion euros, Mr. Chairman. They paid last year for defense 13.7 billion euros. And for this year, 2023 budget, they have allocated 17.9 billion euros to assess the persons there with energy costs and also food, because I know of persons in the Netherlands that said every week they get their supply, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, budgets can be amended. Budgets can be amended. So it can definitely, Mr. Chairman, that 316 million guilders or whatever, or the 1.2 billion guilders, Mr. Chairman, that can easily be wiped out. Easily, Mr. Chairman. Don't even notice that it's gone, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a statement now, and some might say, what is he saying? Mr. Chairman, our budget is what, 500 and something million guilders, 497, 500 million guilders more or less. And Mr. Chairman, I'm saying to myself, since the Prime Minister in his apology said that there's a comma behind the but, and there are discussions ongoing right now, committee being set up to discuss the matter of reparations, and we know exactly what the amount of the debt we owe to the Dutch government is, and we know exactly what our budget is at present for 2023. They can also amend their budget, Mr. Chairman, and put the 493 million guilders into their budget on expenses that they will execute on behalf of Sint Maarten, Mr. Chairman. They can do that too, because we know what the figure is. Reparations is a process. You have to go and calculate and find out what it might be, but we know what the figures are now. Mr. Chairman, my brother, my colleague, Emmanuel, now, we know what it is now. We know what it is now. The amounts, we know what they are. Mr. Chairman, right now. And I want to go up. So, Mr. Chairman, you know, and I'm very serious in what I'm saying, because that money is known. It is known. And you know what's interesting? It was interesting. When I make statements, you know, sometimes I sit back and I think. And I see things happening today that I spoke about 15, 10 years ago. I just smile. Because it sounds crazy at the time that it's said, but when the time happens and it comes to pass, you realize it's not crazy at all. You see, one of the biggest mistakes we are making is saying that it is their money. But once you have to do reparation for slavery, Mr. Chairman, let us start the countdown instantly, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my piece for the record, and I can tell you, you will hear about it in the future. Mr. Chairman, important for me is that while I'm talking about debt cancellation and so on, Mr. Chairman, we want to make sure that our financial house is in order and make sure collect what we have to collect on St. Maarten from those who have to pay. Now, there's a name that I've not heard for a while, which is called the Sint tax, the tax on alcohol and tobacco. Where is that right now? You see, about 5 or 6 years ago, when I went to a Latino meeting, I believe it was in Panama or whatever, that we had a group from Colombia were present, and they increased taxes on alcohol and tobacco. Why? Because they realized that, especially persons who are addicted to alcohol, they would get drunk, go home, and then you have what you call domestic violence at home because of that. So we're talking about, I believe somewhere here they're talking about substance abuse on St. Maarten and so on. Then we could know exactly where the monies will come from, Mr. Chairman. Because that is part of the cause, let it be part of the solution also, Mr. Chairman. So that's Sint tax, alcohol and tobacco. Let us look at that closely. So, Chairman, another issue, the Coast Guards. I think they say we're paying, what, 3.8 million guilders? That's our share. We pay to the Coast Guard, 3.8 million guilders. If I'm not correct, just correct me. And I'm saying, why does St. Maarten has to pay? Why do we have to pay for that? Or to control drug trafficking, human trafficking, human smuggling? Mr. Chairman, most of the drugs, 99.9% goes to Europe or the US. Who should pay for it? Europe or US? You should pay for it. Because the demand is in your country. Mr. Chairman, I don't say bits and pieces don't drop off here. But Mr. Chairman, the amount we are paying, Mr. Chairman, they should carry it, okay? Who's in charge of defense? When you look at the Kingdom Charter, who is in charge of defense? It's not them. Let them pay for it. Get out of the budget. We could use that on St. Maarten for investment. Because they say we are part of the kingdom, we got to pay. No way, Mr. Chairman. No. No. I saw a nice piece in the newspaper written by a Cabinet General from Seba, Bonnet, I think it was. They're trying to finally say they want to help the islands with the minimum wage and so on. Boy, where's that again, my brother? With poverty. My God. And these are the people that some people say, man, say, let them come and run this country. You're crazy, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to hear for a little bit, just want to thank the people of St. Maarten. Because when government was forced to take those measures, 12.5% to cut in the operating expenses, Mr. Chairman, that affected vacation pay, affected indexation of salaries, Mr. Chairman. We had our little protests, but it was done decently and in order. And I find that was wise. Because no matter how angry you might get, Mr. Chairman, if you destroy your own country, your businesses or whatever, who has to rebuild it? Not you. Not you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm saying that to say this because I am looking at what is happening in other countries, Mr. Chairman. Protest marches, Mr. Chairman. Destruction of property, Mr. Chairman. On St. Maarten, people behave themselves, and I applaud them for that. But I want to see them come out aggressively, Mr. Chairman, to support us in telling the Dutch government. And Mr. Chairman, as I said in the IPKO meeting, the Dutch government are beneficiaries up to today because of slavery in this Caribbean region also. And those of you that saw the video will see Mr. Paul Rosenmuller shaking his head in the affirmative. That's a fact, Mr. Chairman. So let us don't think it is a mission impossible. Nothing at all comes easy. And anything good is worth fighting for, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to commend again, I said it in the beginning, the civil apparatus for the tremendous work that they have done and still doing under difficult circumstances. I'm sure if we get the monies owed to us from the Dutch government, Mr. Chairman, we can definitely increase salaries, hire necessary staff, Mr. Chairman, pay more money to legal experts, train our civil servants, and our civil servants, and make sure that we get that those who are qualified can be paid properly, because then the government has the necessary revenues to do so, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe just in closing, Mr. Chairman, the matter of the dividend policy was, I would say, properly exhausted by my colleague. And as I said one time in 2011, when I first mentioned that issue of dividend policy, that government-related companies, we realize they're not owned by us, we're just shareholders, should pay their fair share, not only concession fees, but also dividend also once they've made a profit and once it does not affect the investment or the operating of their companies. So, Chairman, let me just again say to government, criticism will always come. Important for me in this budget is what I mentioned before regards to certification, pay, and so on for the civil servants, the school teachers, the police officers, those that work for the government-owned, government-related companies, those that affect those that work outside, Mr. Chairman. Everybody will be affected by this. It would mean more revenues into St. Maarten's economy, Mr. Chairman. And let me yes, I'm going to close with a quote from Mayor Motley. It's a document prepared, I believe, by Dr. Anders Jesserung, and it says here, CARICOM Reparations Committee. Mayor Motley, chair of CARICOM's Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Reparations, is calling for reparations to address the economic decline that region will face as it confronts the negative impact of the pandemic and the inherent social and economic inequalities that continue to hinder its development. This is 2020. The chair further iterates that it cannot be right to accept that persons and states, referring to Britain and EU powers, should with no remorse keep the proceeds of illicit gains from a crime against humanity, and I'm sure she's referring to slavery, without seeking to create a development compact for the people of this region. End of quote, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you.
Thank you, MP George Pantherpluck. The next person on the list is MP Solange Duncan. MP Duncan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the SG, my colleagues here in Parliament. Good afternoon to the ministers and their support staff, and good afternoon to everyone tuned in. Mr. Chair, I'll be very short for the second round. Yesterday, I used the right football analogy because we found out that the minister was a football player, which is perfect because then, then the analogy worked. Not only did he talk about touchdowns, but the idea behind the analogy was to find out, to confirm, is the minister moving the ball down the field? What the minister explained, in his opinion, yes. He gave us some answers, and I thank the minister and his staff for those answers. I asked the minister a number of critical questions, not only because it is my job to, but it is important for me that accountability is put at the forefront of everything that we do. So the idea of being critical is to get to the root of causes and hopefully to get to the truth as well. One of my main points yesterday, Mr. Chair, was not denying the fact that the ministry and government in its entirety has capacity issues. The ministry has capacity issues. But I keep stressing this idea that there are creative ways in which to help the staff to get the job done because there is so much work to be done. To the Minister of Education, through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to know, following the meeting that we had on the destruction of the ruins in Cold Bay, what are the concrete next steps that are happening in the ministry to ensure that that doesn't take place again? Specifically, I would like to know if it is an idea that the Ministry of ROMI and ECYS form a work group to jointly update and adapt policies. Because in that meeting, there was discussion on the fact that some communication takes place, but there's a number of different ways in which the two ministries can cooperate. There is no longer a technical monument expert at government. This is something that is important. So I would like to know to both ministries what is being done since that last meeting, since the ruins at Diamond Estate were destroyed, and policy action specifically, Mr. Chair. The minister indicated yesterday in his answers that our students in general don't do as well as they should, especially when they go to the Netherlands. And I asked about this data registration system at Study Financing Department to get a better understanding of exactly what statistics are being used, are being managed, are coming into the department. The policy department needs these statistics as well to do their work. So I did get an overview of the models used in the system, but I would like to understand more clearly exactly what data is held, is maintained at the Department of Study Financing. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would also like a little bit more clarity on the answer on whether social work will be placed on the study financing priority list. I wasn't 100% sure if the minister answered that directly, whether yes or no it will be placed and why or why not. Mr. Chair, in the Central Committee, I asked about the policies. I got the loan agreement regarding study financing. Students get study financing, receive study financing from government, and according to the regulation, this has to be repaid when they return to the island. But I have had a couple of complaints about students being threatened very early with assessments, with visits by marshals, and not being able to repay their student loan as quickly. Now, ironically, I think yesterday MP Marlin asked about this idea that students now, or former students who have had study loans with DUO, former IPKO, there is this regulation that upon asking renewal of their passport, that would be denied because of a large study debt in the Netherlands. This is an extreme way to
to force repayment. I understand the repayment needs to be done. So my question to the Minister of Education is, what are our procedures here? What is the step-by-step procedure as it regards repayment of your study loan? Students go away to Tallahassee, they study for 4 years, it's time to move back home. Especially those of us that study in the United States, we move back home pretty quickly, as opposed to those that study in the Netherlands. What exactly is the step-by-step procedure, especially as it concerns the repayment? Because our students being threatened very early on in their repayment process by marshals. Again, some complaints came in. This is my job to ask the minister for clarity on that procedure, on that policy to get the correct information out there. I only have one last question, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister of TIAT. I'd forgotten to ask it. There's been a number of complaints about the driving exam. I hear that the new system itself, it doesn't work as effective as it should. There is an issue because the driving exam is in 2 parts. There is an issue when one part of the exam is failed and the other one has been passed. I would like to know what the policy is on this new driving exam. What are the procedures, especially when students may fail the driving exam, the procedures for resitting the exam and so forth, so that I can get an understanding. It's been a very long time since I took the driving test, and my daughter is not old enough yet. So I need to understand now, and I would hope that the minister can give me some information to assist those people out there doing the driving exams now with the correct information. And that is it for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Solange Duncan. Right now, I'll take a 15 minutes break. 15 minutes break, meeting adjourned.
Good afternoon and welcome back. After that brief adjournment, we immediately turn the floor over to our next speaker, MP Angelique Roumou. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good afternoon to one and all once again, and a good afternoon to our ministers and their support staff present, viewing and listening public, and my colleague MPs. Yesterday, after a long day and night, we were able to get the answers from questions posed in the first round, and I have just a few questions in the second round, and then I plan to bring forward an amendment to the budget and also 2 motions. In my first round of questions, Mr. Chairman, I asked the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport about the school materials that were ordered for public schools. And the Honorable Minister did not make any mention of science materials or any materials for physical education nor social studies. So through you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, can you please elaborate on what is the division's plan for the ordering of said materials? As you all know, last weekend, I hosted a very successful Women in Leadership Gala, whereby one of the motivations was to raise funds for initiatives to empower women, one of those being to enable young girls and to encourage them to go into STEM, which is the abbreviation of science, technology, engineering, and math. Because currently this is a very male-dominated field, industry, and even though we have many young women who are just as capable and interested, they lack the push to take their talents further. So it is important to note that wherever I see the need to do and put my money where my mouth is, I do so. And I encourage and promote our youth, who are the future developers of our nation. So as we know, STEM-related jobs are expected to grow globally by 8% in the next 5 years, versus the traditional jobs expected to grow by only 5% within the next year. My question through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Minister is, what is the ministry doing to promote STEM in schools, and what is the Division of Public Education doing within our public schools to incorporate STEM? Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, in regards to our special needs students attending the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School, my question about the provisions made for our special needs students at the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School. In the answer, the Honorable Minister mentioned that the students are not segregated and that our special needs students are treated equally. Even though I can agree with this doesn't mean that provisions within the school doesn't need to be made to properly accommodate our special needs students to ensure that they can succeed at their best. Therefore, my question remains, what provisions are made at the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School to accommodate our special needs students, seeing that this is the high school that initially was catered towards special needs students? My final question is in regards to the budget of the Staff Bureau as it pertains to post 6021.43, 47, and 6 of 102,448 guilders, which is slated for legal and other expert advice. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Minister, in your response you indicated that some 11,000 guilders of 92,000 guilders was officially recorded as being used for the 2022 budget, and that the ministry was still busy reconciling the 2022 expenses. Additionally, the minister indicated that the importance of this budget post and the cuts that have happened in the past and why this post is needed. However, for the responses of what this budget post will be used for in 2023, the answer was very general and no specific activities or initiatives were outlined. By now, all department plans for 2023 should have been completed. Therefore, the Star Bureau should have some indication of what legal expert advice they will be seeking this year. Therefore, I ask the question once again, what is the Star Bureau's intention with the budget post 6,021, 43,476 of 102 guilders, 448 guilders for legal and other expert advice in 2023? I move on to the amendment that I have made, and I will give the explanation. The BUP program is highly sought after by our youth for many years. It has afforded them the opportunity to gain work experience and an income over the summer. A program that keeps our youngsters constructively busy and gives them real-world experiences that are beneficial to their development. Prior to COVID, this program has accommodated up to 104 students with the participation of the private sector. However, since the passing of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017 and the COVID pandemic in 2020, most private sector organizations are challenged to pay the student stipend. Participation by the private sector must be gradually rebuilt, but in the meantime, it is prudent for the government to support this program, not only for the financial benefit the students get, but most importantly, for affording students an opportunity to gain the work experience and access at times in the world of work. Last year, with a budget of 125,000 guilders, the program was able to help 97 students. Therefore, I found it very important that this budget post is restored to its amount in 2022 for an initiative that is highly valued and beneficial for our students. Therefore, I hereby present this amendment. As I mentioned, besides the amendment, I have two draft motions. The first motion, draft motion, is pertaining to the St. Maarten Vocational Training School. As you know, I have been championing from the inception in Parliament the formalization of the education given to the St. Maarten Vocational Training School students for many years, privately and publicly via this platform. 202 students currently attend the St. Maarten Vocational Training School. Thousands before and many more to come. The St. Maarten Vocational Training School has been a part of the educational journey of top chefs, PC repair persons, and networking specialists, mechanics, and many more professionals on our island. However, with a lack of official curriculum and unofficial status, this can also be a continued detriment to the development of our students and our community at large. It is time that we do what is right by our vocational students. It is time we do what is right by our AGO students, labor-oriented market students. It is time we do what is right by our special needs students and stop talking about it and make it happen. Therefore, I hereby submit this motion that I believe is a step in the right direction and provides focus and urgency to this matter. With the minister's best intention and this directive, we can expedite the development of the St. Maarten Vocational Training School to its full potential. And the motion reads, the Parliament of St. Maarten in its meeting of today, March 24, 2023, considering that in April 1985, the St. Maarten Vocational Training School was established with the vision to be a special education secondary school to cater to secondary age students who had learning and developmental challenges and who were deemed unable to perform adequately or benefit from the traditional secondary school programs available. That the school since then has never officially nor structurally operated as a special education secondary school. That furthermore, the Executive Council of St. Maarten, via the Executive Order of BC 160210 approved and advised that stated, approval for the establishing of labor market-oriented education, or arbeidsgericht onderwijs, AGO, for the school system on St. Maarten at the St. Maarten Vocational Training School, starting officially in the school year 2010-2011, with the preparatory work beginning in 2009-2010 academic year. This is so clear in my mind because I was still teaching at the school during these talks. Approval for converting the St. Maarten Vocational Training School from its present status to that of a preparatory vocational education institution with a labor market-oriented education department. That according to the position paper, the case for introduction of AGO as the preferred educational program for the St. Maarten Vocational Training School year 2020-2021 during the years of 2010 through 2013, the Department of Educational Research, Planning and Innovations, presently the Division for Educational Innovation, with funding from the Onderwijs en Jongerenprogramma, solicited the services of local and external consultants, as well as engaged in setting up steering committees and work groups to bring this to realization. But unfortunately, due to several organizational, institutional, and administrative weaknesses and failures within the system, this unfortunately was not realized. That as recent as 2019, another study, internal audit, and action plan for school improvements of the St. Maarten Vocational Training School 2019 to 2023 and beyond was commissioned by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports, delivered by the consultant, and to date not implemented. That the internal audit plan of the St. Maarten Vocational Training School conducted in 2019 indicated there is no tangible curriculum in use at the St. Maarten Vocational Training School, and that even though the St. Maarten Vocational Training School was created to cater to the labor market-oriented education and special needs students, there is very little evidence of special needs, intellectual, emotional, and physical, of these students being addressed in a structural manner. That the certification given to the students, and this is the part that really have me a bit perturbed, who have completed the St. Maarten Vocational Training School is not recognized outside of St. Maarten, making it harder for St. Maarten Vocational Training School students to study or obtain employment here as well and abroad. That considering a substantial investment and effort has been made over the last couple of years, and St. Maarten Vocational Training School still has no official status and no official curriculum to date. There is enough data, information, and resources, Mr. Chairman, to give the St. Maarten Vocational Training School an official status and curriculum. Resolves that the Parliament of St. Maarten calls on the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport to finalize the process of awarding the St. Maarten Vocational Training School with an official status by the end of this year, and to report back to Parliament by the 12th of June 2023 with an action plan on the way forward with the implementation of this new status, and goes over to the order of the day. I have one final motion I would like to present, and this motion is on the sports program. And as you know, I have been very vocal, Mr. Chairman, about the importance of sports and sports development within our schools. Therefore, when I saw the cut in our budget to the school sports program, I knew I had to take action. And the answers provided to us last evening by the Honorable Minister Samuel to my question regarding the cut to the program and what that means for our youngsters, Minister Samuel indicated, Mr. Chairman, that the cut would affect some 2,000 students and affect the various types of sports included in the program. 2,000 students is not a small number, Mr. Chairman. My first attempt was to restore this budget post and to present an amendment. However, after looking at the budget and taking into consideration the amendment that I have presented beforehand, I found it prudent that this matter be taken up internally by the government with an instruction from Parliament. Why? Because I believe the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports and the Ministry of Finance can find budget posts that monies can be shifted from to restore at least half of the monies that was cut by this budget post. I feel this route would have a softer impact on the ministry as they know internally what their plans are and they can shift where necessary. This is a start. Therefore, this motion aims to give an instruction to the government to restore at least half of the monies that was cut and to further restore this budget post to its full amount for the next budgetary year. I would also like to mention that we have a lot. No, sorry, that is for my next part. Sorry, I'm going to go over to the reading of the draft motion. The Parliament of St. Maarten in its meeting of today, March 24, 2023, considering that the budget post 43,489, 67,026 of the Department of Sports of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports is earmarked for the execution of a school sports program in schools, that the budget post mentioned above for the school sports program has been cut in the 2023 budget of St. Maarten from 290,471 guilders to 100,000 guilders, a budget cut of 190,471 guilders. That the budget post for the school sports program finances the stipends for coaches, sports materials, and other expenses to ensure the execution of a full school sports program that includes and promotes various sports in our schools. That in the answers of the first round of questions of the public debate of 2023, the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, indicated that the cut would affect some 2,000 students on St. Maarten as it relates to the participating in various sports in the schools. That in the answers of the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, in the first round of questions of the public debate, indicated that with such a cut to this budget post, the ministry will not be able to finance the inclusion of various sports in the school sports program. Sports such as football, soccer, and others will be affected. That it is the opinion of Parliament that the government, in particular, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, and the Ministry of Finance, should find a plausible internal solution for the restoration of monies to this budget. That restoring at least half of the monies that was cut would lessen the impact on the programs and, most importantly, on that of our students. Resolves that the Parliament calls on the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, with the support of the Minister of Finance, to initiate, oversee, and ensure that the finalization of an internal transfer of monies to budget post 43,489, 67,026 be restored at least half of the monies of 95,235,050 guilders that was cut from this budget post before the end of this calendar year, and work towards restoring the full amount for the 2024 budget. And it goes over to the order of the day. Those are my motions and my amendments. I would also like to mention before I close here today, Mr. Chairman, that we've had so many discussions these last days about the tax system and so on. And I would like to mention that indeed we have a lot of outdated laws, many outdated laws. And especially when it comes to the tax system, for example, where there is the absence of being able to communicate via electronic mail, because as we know, we are only allowed to access the mail, the physical mail. So with any modern and in any modern society, it is imperative to update said laws. Hence, I plan to bring some initiative laws which I can which will deal with the modernization of these laws. And I will definitely consult with the Minister of Finance. And when that is done, I will submit said initiative law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring forth my questions, motions, and amendment. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Angelique Rumu. May we have copies of the draft motions, please? We continue with the speakers list as we go along. And the next speaker is MP Akim Arundel. MP, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ministers. Good afternoon to all. Just today I won't be long because everything already have been asked, but while we do make some statements also. But I have some questions to you also, Minister. Last night you mentioned something about a boxing ring. A boxing is coming on. That is nice. That's for the teenagers, and I mean that's for some teenagers and for the younger kids, like 4, 5. We don't have much activities for the children on the island. We don't have much activities for the children on the island, like 4 or 5 going up to 10. We need more sports. I mean, we need more things for the youths. We need more of these things for these children them now. We don't need boxing all the time, encourage them in fighting all the time. Yeah, we have enough of violence on the island already. That's all I have to say for that ministry. For the Justice Department, coming from that department, you know, everybody is frustrated. How long for the overdue of the backlog for the pay, everything. The minister is working with her best abilities to make sure everything is going good. I applaud her. Right now, everybody is still frustrated. All they want to know is when things gonna happen. Even people are still waiting to get the letter, some haven't collected yet. We have other concerns with immigration office, also all these other things. Minister, just take your time, listen to everybody. And also, I have to say we make history today. Our colleague here, MP Manuel, make history today and didn't humble himself. And first time I have saw that, and now today I make history in talking, because everybody said don't talk. Everybody said don't speak. They always got to complain, damn you do, damn you don't. You talk, you don't talk, you have a problem. Then you got people right to the humbling, people on the left doing bacchanal. Talking to the one here saying he's a lawyer. You know, we have outdated laws here. Up yet, I haven't seen President one on the floor of the Parliament yet. But he always talking. No, man, today is a difference. I would say, I thank you today to be part of the coalition. Support me and my fellow colleague MP Brown. We are holding the government. Brown bill, sorry. Brown bill. Sorry. Brown bill, you're right. And all I want to say, I congratulate you, Minister of Finance, and all the ministers. Keep out your head and continue doing a good job. Carry on.
Thank you, MP Akim Arundel. We have, as following speaker, MP Rolando Bryson. MP Bryson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, almost good evening to yourself, the Secretary General, my colleague, members of Parliament, and the honorable ministers with us, those in the Tribune, and those following this meeting by various media. Mr. Chairman, I must say, earlier today, I was happy to hear, a vote of confidence, like it was referred to earlier. In particular, Minister Samuel, they've been talking about a vote of confidence for you for a while. But I hear my colleague give a vote of confidence to the 2 UP ministers, especially. And I'm very proud to see that. And maybe there was finally something that was said in that direction that I can agree. Because I do think, especially Minister Lambrix another minister that we've seen that have come into the ministry and hit the ground running, dust off old proposals and made sure that if they are palatable and good for the country, that he does it. And where he can come up with his own ideas, bring it to his colleagues, bring it to the parliament, and let that become a vision as well. So I'm very proud of what both ministers are doing so far. And as I've said countless times to the government as a whole, despite the criticism, that's part of politics. But I think we all know, and especially when I heard the answers to my question yesterday, is this budget clearly, quantifiably, justifiably able to serve the people of Sint Maarten? The answer was a very clear, objective, and resounding yes. Mr. Chairman, I do maybe going to try a different approach today to get this very important message across, because since I'm the one who's always wrong and I always have an agenda, you know, I'm the boo guy, maybe my colleague that doesn't seem to understand where her approach to decolonization has gone wrong, maybe instead of it coming from me, maybe we can be reminded how many times, how many others have criticized this very approach. Mr. Chairman, make it clear, yes, governing program is all for decolonization. So am I. Why I bring this up in the budget is because a central criticism of the budget was given that had we done what one person thought was the path to decolonization, we wouldn't have been in this problem today. But Mr. Chairman, let's say that right, and let's say you're right, let's say I'm wrong. Forget everything I said about it now. Let me start with this headline saying, personal agendas, lack of strategy at the center of crisis. The faction calls on coalition to withdraw UN petition. I think everybody knows who I'm talking about here. And I'll take an interesting quote from this. The sad truth is that the current rollout of the whole decolonization issue has been discredited and isolated us from the same Aruba and Curaçao that some claimed were right there with us. The country is in a very awkward position. The faction is calling on these 12 members that voted for this motion to take stock of what is really going on and urgently withdraw this petition. We also suggest that those with this behind this decolonization initiative take a moment to regroup and come again with the interests of all the people of Sint Maarten at heart, not just their own. Mr. Chairman, those were not my words. Those were the words of the factions that she is aligning herself with today. So do not blame me. Mr. Chairman, I took stock of all of this. We all did. The want and the need to be able to deal with decolonization was an honest one. But what did we do? We did what was advised by the faction at the time, and I'm sure they won't mind me mentioning that it was the PFP faction. It was a great article, actually. And that was in March 21st, 2021. Mr. Chairman, in June 29th, 2021, what did we do? We regrouped. Said, guys, come together. To end this discussion on what is decolonization, how should we approach it, what's the right way to do it, let's bring it to the Parliament of Sint Maarten. And my colleague brought the motion that I mentioned in the first round to the Parliament of Sint Maarten. And what did it say? It didn't say to do what I want regarding decolonization. No, it said, resolves to request the government to review and give feedback on a comprehensive multi-annual plan to be presented to the government by Parliament, not by any individual, not what I feel or you feel or she feel. It is about what the Parliament would have been able to finally come together and say, this is the path, Prime Minister, that we think you need to take towards decolonization. And like I said, and as was admitted today, to this day, the government is waiting on this. But what do we hear? This motion is redundant. Don't matter no more. But who made that determination? Was there a motion after this motion canceling the previous motion or something like that? Or since when is it up to the individual to decide that a motion supported by 12 members is redundant? And that is the problem with the approach. It wasn't me that said so. As a matter of fact, if you look at the voting list, you see that 3 other members voted against it as well. One of them, her party leader, also at odds with the approach that was being taken and still being taken for decolonization. So there's a clear divide in that. But who do you want to blame? The coalition? The government? The prime minister? Mr. Chairman, that is what I'm trying to get across. Decolonization is not about me or what letters I send or what I give the prime minister or what, no. This is too important a topic to make it about oneself. And that is where this whole process for the last 3 years has gone wrong. And when we don't just bow down and say, okay, no problem, whatever you want us to do it like this is how it's going to be. Put the parliament aside, put the motion aside, whatever you want. We get people walking out of coalition meetings, sabotaging us on the chair. That's what happens. That's the retribution for simply asking, follow the motion of parliament, please. Can we just do this? And this then is the reason why the budget, according to her, is no good. Well, then, Mr. Chairman, then who is at fault? I do believe this motion should be taken seriously, and it should be looked at. This resolution to say give feedback on a comprehensive multi-annual plan should be looked at. We've done it in other settings. We're busy now in the Constitutional Affairs Committee, not one individual deciding what should we do about a referendum, what should we do about decolonization, or in the Justice Committee, not one individual deciding this is what the Criminal Procedure Code should look like. We're doing it collectively. That is how the Parliament, whether we agree or disagree sometimes, those closed-door meetings that we have, where we figure out things like the Criminal Procedure Code and independence and so on, those are the best meetings we have in this Parliament. Because the same people that will talk here today and say, oh, Rolando don't know what he's talking about, will sit right by my side when the cameras are off and say, hey, that's a good point, bro. How are we going to fix this? How are we going to do that? And that's good. When the camera's on, some need to shine. As my previous colleague found out, that just mentioned, it would be nice if we also shine on the legislative side of things. But that's for each and their own account. So, Mr. Chairman, I just think that just as much as I will continue to hold the government accountable for what they need to do, I am also accountable for all of my actions in Parliament in terms of what do I bring as well. So I also would bring an amendment to see if there are areas that I can help. We saw motions, we saw amendments. That's also the work. And then when you do it like that, you don't just bring it yourself and pass it yourself. You then need the Parliament of Sint Maarten, at least a majority, to agree with you. That's democracy. That's accountability. And that is all I've been asking. So don't take it from me, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anyone has to take it from me. Go back and read the criticisms of where we went wrong from decolonization, not from the UP faction, but from other factions as well. Mr. Chairman, I think I'll go straight into an amendment and something that I've been researching, like I mentioned in the first round, regarding what can the government do with all the success that they are having in terms of capital expenditures and being able to invest more. It would be great if they also are able to invest in tourism projects. Tourism accounts, according to the IMF, for 84% of our gross domestic product, Mr. Chairman. I personally believe it's probably higher than that, but it'll be interesting to get a better example or understanding of what that is. So, Mr. Chairman, if all of the investments that we're doing in infrastructure and education and all of that are prudent, then investments in our tourism products that helps pays for all of those things, because these capital expenditures need to be paid back. And those are going to be paid back from what? From receipts that we get from our economy. But what is the essence of our economy? It's tourism. And yesterday, when I explained very clearly, at least to most, that the tourism industry does not contribute what it should in terms of tax receipts to the government. There's a component that deals with the Airbnb, and there's a component that deals with the fact that we should be collecting more from tourists as a percentage. Like I said yesterday, if you take the 400,000 stay-over tourists times their average visitor expenditure, and you're only able to get just 5% of that back, that totals over $13 million. So when you want to question the viability of being able to collect any tourism tax, whether it's a health levy, whether it's environmental taxes, whether it's whatever suggestions you have, my main point is this: we are not collecting enough, and what I see in this budget is a real effort to finally start taxing the most untaxed industry that we have, which is the tourists directly, who would be happy, considering how low all our tourism taxes are already, to maybe contribute more if it leads to better infrastructure in our country. So, Mr. Chairman, the amendment that I've booked in, focuses on a few key items, and it's actually based on the World Bank paper, which is where do we have it here? Yes, the Tourism Recovery Action Plan of February 2020. And together with that, there was also the concept execution paper that was put together by various stakeholders within the industry that went in addition to that. And I think that is a very good basis to use for the justification and the different information that the CFD would need to be able to execute and justify such a project. As we said, it's not as simple as just putting a line item in the Kapitaldienst and saying it's going to be covered. No, those days are over. We see the level of justifications that have to go into being able to get capital expenditures approved. So for that reason, I believe in the explanatory notes, I've gone as much detail as possible regarding those investments based on what was provided from the World Bank and NRPB documents. And in addition to that, seeing that the Prime Minister also acknowledged that the NRPB will take a more active role in executing projects for the government, even those outside the trust fund, I believe that they would be a good entity to execute this as well. Some of the important things we need, first of all, is a tourism master plan. I mentioned before that it is kind of for the tourism industry or any tourism professional for many years, at least since 2005, it kind of acted like the Bible of tourism for many in the industry. However, it is very outdated and we need a new one. Investments in the intellectual property I mentioned, the branding, videos, archives, etc. And of course, improvements to our product. So the public restrooms, accessibility, garbage bins, benches, etc. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the amendment that I will be tabling today, and looking forward to the support from the members of Parliament in that regard. Mr. Chairman, there is one other point I do want to bring up, and it was brought up from, let's say, maybe the perspective of government-owned companies. I'm sure maybe they meant it beyond, but I want to stress maybe on a more global level on our country in terms of cybersecurity. I believe that Sint Maarten cannot take for granted how vulnerable our internet infrastructure, our security infrastructure, the government's infrastructure, and our own individual infrastructures are in terms of cybersecurity. I had mentioned yesterday or earlier in the week regarding fake profiles being created and how those are maliciously being used. We've seen also within government, with the presentation we had from Aurora about phishing scams and so on. And I would, not really a question, but I would just like to implore the government to take it extremely seriously and see if we can get more public relations, more educational programs for the general population, but also that we step up our own practices and indeed execute what I've seen from this budget debate and also within the policy document in terms of combating cyber attacks in Sint Maarten. And Mr. Chairman, finally, I would like to once again thank the honorable ministers who have presented their budget, answered the questions. I would like to also thank the civil servants who have put so much work into this, not just the budget itself, but like I started the budget debate by saying, one of the unique things about this budget is that it's the first time that we've been able to compare financial statements from at least within the previous 2 years to the current budget, to give us at least a bit of a better picture of what's actually happening with our financials and comparing actuals to current and those type of things. Maybe that actually opens the government to more criticism, because now before you kind of had to guess, well, what is the government really spending? But there's much less guesswork based on the information that's being provided by the government due to a higher level of financial accountability by means of the financial statements, which the Parliament has since approved, I believe 7 of them in the last 3 years. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I also would like to really encourage all of those that have highly anticipated this budget. There are those that feel that, the police payments are necessary in order to get the payments done. The payments towards all civil servants, the investments that are necessary, etc. All of you have been anticipating this budget. And that is why I'm happy that we have been able to come this far, where hopefully today we'll be able to vote on this budget and have the government continue the work that they're doing. But government, you will always hear that you're not able to do it, that there's so much not to be done. Please take those words of criticism really seriously, actually, because I want to see more than anything what I know the government is able to do: prove all the doubters and the haters wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Rolando Bryson. And as we move through towards the ending of this round, the next speaker would have been MP Chanel Brownbill, who has indicated that he has a few words to say. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to one and all. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I just have one statement to say. It's not easy, especially in Sint Maarten, holding a government together. I think this is the first time it's lasted so long. And usually, probably I do not take enough credit for myself or MP Hakeem Arundel or MP Bryson, probably because I'm a little humble. But today I'll take my credit. I'll pat myself on the back. We made it a good distance, and hopefully we'll make it to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Hakeem Arundel. You see, there's so much back-tapping going on that I mistake the back. Thank you, MP Brownbill. Just a reminder that it takes a team of 8 to tango, and 8 minus 1 is always 0 in this equation. The next speaker would have been yours truly, but because I'm filling in for our chairman who is not at his best today, I would have to skip the opportunity, and we move to the final speaker this afternoon in this second round, MP Hyacinth Richardson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the ministers here with us today and their staff. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the good people of Sint Maarten. Mr. Chairman, I rise today, and not to be very long, because this budget is in the last 2-3 weeks now being delayed a lot, and I can see some of my colleagues with the faces and the expression, and 1 or 2 of them is not feeling too well, so I won't be long on it at all. But Mr. Chairman, we left here this morning, at almost 3 o'clock. I think I left the building like 5 minutes to 3. And this is what happens during budget time. A lot have been said. A lot have been said by my colleagues. A lot have been said by the opposition members in Parliament. And I want the people to know that I don't expect my opponent to say anything good about us. And I just want this to resonate in the population and the voting public. Our opponent have never and will never say anything good about you. We who are part of this coalition and some members who are part of it and not anymore, I am still happy that they have signed in and help us making sure that this budget become a reality. And I hope my 2 colleagues, Mr. Christopher Emmanuel, MP, and Ms. Duncan, Ludmilla Duncan, I hope they can see themselves within this budget also and say that this budget is to take care of our school teachers. This budget is to take care of our police officers, men and women in blue, and many others who was neglected by previous government in the past. Since 10-10-10, this is the first time that I'm practically almost part of a coalition that have holded the justice minister for the last couple of years, and each time I've said it in the past, each time we have seen, Mr. Chairman, the justice, anything tangible was done for them was true when any hold that position. Today, we have seen it again. We see it with Burundi. They call it all kind of names, illegal this, illegal that. You pay them wrong, you do this, and you do that. But the police was grateful to take care of their families and get their monies in the pocket. Today, we see our Justice Minister working hard for years. Many years working hard. They were neglected, not being paid. She almost have everything together. We understood by her presentation last week where it was by the governor, but he sent it back for them to do the calculation for each individual individually in order to sign it off and pay the workers. So I just want to ask the justice workers, just be a little patient. It will come together, and you all will be smiling just now, and I know it will be not too long from now. And I hope, too, that when that time comes, you all can see us in the picture and vote this government back in to continue to help you. I want to say something to our Prime Minister, who I think have been doing a great job, especially and particularly in the foreign affairs area. Keep it up. I want to tell you, you have made me and many people in this country feel proud. Don't worry about the little critics we have here and there, that to keep us on our toes and make sure we do our best. To Ludmilla De Weaver, I really admire you in the first round in the budget debate. You did a wonderful job in the first round, so I want to congratulate you on that too. But I want to say, without a shadow of doubt, this party here, the NA with the UP coalition, have been through the storms. And I've said it in the first round, and I'll say it again today. I want to thank my colleagues also for making sure we reach this far and hoping that we can make the history mark that we be in government for the past 4 years. Yes, it was challenging times. Yes, there was a lot of hurdles, but this government, with God on the side, have made many things that had seemed impossible, possible for the people of Sint Maarten. And I want to say that. The things that had looked impossible, they make it possible for the people of Sint Maarten, and I want to thank this government for that. I want to raise two issues here. The Methodist Church in Colby. I think there might be an issue, almost, there was many times people get knocked down there, crossing the road from the parking lot to the Methodist Church. I would like to see something be put in there, whether it's zebra crossing or slippery police, or something be done there for those persons, because we don't want to wake up one day or heard 3 or 4 people get killed crossing that road to go to the church service. So I'm asking government, all members of government, to make sure get together and see what we can do very soon for the church. Also at Captain Hodge Pier, right here next door to us, for many years now, there's no over roof hanging there, and there's no benches there. I would like to see benches be placed there also for the elderly tourists more. So sometimes if you take a walk there, you'll see exactly what's happening around there. There's no roof there. I would like to see government, as soon as possible, put a shade there, over roof, and some benches for the senior citizens there. There's a lot of things to be done, and I know this government will get it done. And I'm asking the public of Sint Maarten to give this government a second term in office. God bless you. God bless the people of Sint Maarten. I am appreciative to have this opportunity to speak directly to the ministers and the people of Sint Maarten. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Hyacinth Richardson. The members and the general public, and of course the Council of Ministers, we have come to the end of questioning in the second round. There are less questions asked in this second round than in the first round, of course. We would need to adjourn for a moment. We will adjourn for 5 minutes to get the logistics of the continuation of the meeting discussed with the Minister of Finance and his Council of Ministers. We adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back. As we continue now with this budget meeting 2023, we move on to the second round of questions by the ministers. We have already a lineup of who the first three ministers would be. We are starting off with the Minister of Labor, followed by the Minister of TIAT, and then the Minister of Justice will be third. Minister Omar Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would first like to start by saying good evening to the honorable members of Parliament, my honorable colleagues, the viewing and listening public. I would like to thank each and every member of Parliament that expressed their confidence in me, expressed their appreciation for the work that I have done, be it my leader, be it opposition, whatever it may be. Thank you for your vote of confidence. MP Sarah Westcott, I'll dive into your question. Can you please provide a timeline and action plan where it pertains to the gambling? As stated at the start of the budget, we received the advice from the SER. The ministry is taking into account any advice that is given. However, we will review this as close as possible, the gambling, as close as possible, and then decide any amendments to policies or laws will be taken. As for a timeline, you know the trajectory. It will have a different timeline if it just requires a policy change as opposed to a legislative change. But you will be updated, MP, and as stated, we will be doing PSAs and other information sessions as it pertains to responsible gambling. Your next question was about the timeline on the National Health Screening Plan. Again, yes, this is something that is passionate to us. During the course of my tenure, we have done many screenings. We have partners with the Lions Club, AIDS Foundation, for breast cancer awareness, prostate awareness, and many other foundations. We have done about 3 to 4 different health screenings throughout the year of 2022, but we will plan to see how we can plan to have a structured time frame in which health screening will take place and everyone can be involved. And I'll use this opportunity again to remind everyone that tomorrow, March 25th, at the John Lamini Center, for all our seniors, please, you are welcome to come and get your health screening. Yes, all the seniors that are in the room. And the last but not least, MP Rayon Peterson, I think it's an error where we spoke about a medical practitioner that has been deceased and is still in the budget. I think we missed this conversation yesterday as he was not present at the time, but I had the conversation with MP Sarah Westcott. It's actually a legal consultant. It was an error there in the budget that is set to be changed. It's just the name of the firm, which is set to be changed. That is it. I look forward to any clarifications.
Thank you, Minister Utley. I look to members of Parliament. Is there any need for clarification? I see no need. I thank you, Minister Utley, and we swiftly move over to the next Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Traffic, and Telecommunication, Minister Leo Lambrix. Minister, the floor is yours. Mike, please. Yeah.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Khafir. Good evening to the honorable members of Parliament. Good evening to my colleagues, those listening via social media and via the radio. The questions from round 2 from Ms. MP Sarah Westcott Williams. What are the conclusions of the discussions with the counterparts in Curaçao? Where are we with the process regarding ship registration?
The discussions were held with the Netherlands to establish a ship registry for vessels less than 500 gross tons. This has been established. In addition, a meeting was held in Curaçao to determine all relevant documentation and legislation and the infrastructure to establish a ship registry for larger ships. The RFP is being finalized and will be soon ready to be published. The idea might have seemed far-fetched, but in reality, it is already there. The possibility to expand what is being explored now, why stop at 500 gross tons? An assessment was done by a consultant, REB Maritime, from Curaçao, and a report was then submitted in 2018 to the then minister. The report outlines the necessary steps to establish the registry, legislation, tariffs, fees that can be charged. The second question was, what is the financial plan of the ship registry? Please provide some info. Give us some info on the financial position of SLAC. As of December 31st, 2022, SLAC had an equity of $450,000 and it had a working capital of $310,000. Over the year 2022, SLAC recorded a profit of approximately $478,000 before profit taxes. After the year 2022, SLAC recorded a profit of approximately, over the year, 2022, SLAC recorded, so this is a repeat, sorry. This is based on an unaudited figure for 2023. A positive result is projected of $330,000. The third question was putting the moorings in the lagoon, who is supposed to pay via the capital budget for the ministry or some other entity? As the minister has mentioned, we are exploring different angles, and due to the limited funds available, the importance of having such in place, we will probably lean towards a public-private partnership investment, allowing zero investment that will produce an actual income for government and pay the concession to government for such. In my projection/presentation, I mentioned the projected concession fee of at least 25% to government. Reasons why public-private, more private, is because of certain liabilities that we maybe would not want government to have in case something does happen, that it is not held directly liable to our government. The fourth question was the daughter companies of EDC being inactive. The budget of the daughter companies of EDC that are active, and we were told that they are inactive. Please explain. EDC as a parent company to these daughter companies has not been active, which is why, of course, the daughter companies would not be active. Those are three companies, the Phillipsburg DIT Management, the Hexacon Management, and the Waterside Development Company. Moving on to the questions of Ludmila de Wever, MP Ludmila de Wever. The cash projection end of 2022 and the mooring plan. As mentioned by the MP, the waters are managed by SLAC. Who will the mooring project be managed by or outsourced to another? After I reviewed the National Ordinance for the Water Sports and the additional regulation and the use of public waters and beaches, the section Shipping and Maritime Affairs has concluded that the country is operating in violation of international law based on the current conflict as it relates to the official terms and the roles of the harbor master as opposed to harbor administrator, which is more of what SLAC and the Port of Sint Maarten are at this time. This I have listed the importance in my first presentation during the Central Committee meeting. According to the standards in the International Harbor Masters Association, a harbor master must be appointed to observe, enforce, and implement all processes for effective and safe port management of a country. If we fail to comply with such, it may result in dire consequences for the island, and it poses direct threat to the safety and thereby the economy of Sint Maarten. An example of this threat to the economy is no proper collection or protection of the waters and the ecosystem slowly being destructed due to free-for-all that exists currently. Currently, the Port of Sint Maarten has been appointed the role of the harbor administrator by which of national decree containing general measures. The appointment finds its inception in Article 2, sub A of the Binnenvaartverordening and Havensbeheerder, which states that the official or department or company of Sint Maarten or a legal position established in accordance with the provisions of Sint Maarten and in which Sint Maarten holds the majority shares. Some of the issues due to the absence of the harbor master are again, but not limited to the following: Most of the waters covered under the harbor master's responsibility are not controlled as required. Some restrictions that are vital to the country cannot be implemented by the harbor master, as they are the only person legally tasked to refuse entry, for example, due to the interest or safety or security of any ships, or the port or the waters. Moving on to the next questions, MP Emmanuel had no questions. MP Grisha Heiliger Martin, I also had no questions, but I would like to say thank you for your confidence and your nice words today about my person. MP Melissa Gums, I saw no questions. Huh? Yeah, no questions, but I did see a suggestion with creating more parking, new and streamlined PT system, and also sitting with the other ministries together to make sure that we get something done properly. I thank you for that suggestion, and surely we will do so. Moving on to the questions of MP Rehan Peterson, which were no questions. MP George Ponteflet, you had a comment about the fees in the legislations for importing small animals. Definitely, we are looking to see how we can apply something, because it is a revenue generation that we can create, and everywhere else in the world, in different islands and regions that we are in, are doing it already. So, of course, we can also do so. Questions from MP Solange Duncan. The driving exam. The new system doesn't work as effective as it should. What is the policy on the new driving exam? What are the procedures when a student fails? What are the procedures when students need to resit the driving exam? An exam driving card gives the candidate the opportunity to make 2 attempts at the theoretical exam and 2 attempts at the practical exam. If the candidate does fail both theoretical exams back to back, then it would be, you would have to reapply for it. You do have between the first sitting and the second sitting 6 months to redo the theoretical exam. MP Angelique Rameau, I have no questions. MP Rolando Bryson, I also have no questions, but also thank you for the kind words and confidence. MP Chanel Brownbill, I had no questions. MP William Marlin, I had no questions. MP Hyson Richardson. There was a question that can fall on my lap, which is about the benches and the Captain Hodge Wharf and the roof and places to sit for the elderly. This is part of my plan to execute along with the marketplace in phase 1 to ensure that we do have proper seating throughout the whole of Phillipsburg, the boardwalk, front street, back street, and also proper garbage bins and different things. Of course, the roof that you mentioned, that is something extra that we will look at, and it is a valid point. I then move on, and I had MP Siddharth Bridgelani, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lambrix. Before we move over to the following minister, we will look at members of parliament. Is there any need for clarification? Yes, there are 2 so far. The first clarification is requested by MP Ludmila de Wever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Minister, for the answers. I was taking notes while you were talking, and I just would like to know if it's possible just to repeat the part where you said that there's operating in violation. I just wanted to get the rest of the sentence that you said of what is operating in violation of the law. That's all I would like to just get a repeat of it, please, so that I can make sure I noted it down properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Ludmila de Wever. The next MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a quick question or comment with respect to the answer given by the minister, and that has to do with the status of EDC's daughter companies. And my comment to the minister was that these are listed in the budget book under government-owned companies as active, EDC and its daughter companies as active, not inactive. So that was what I told the minister, and the minister is now saying, no, they are inactive, and I'm saying in the budget that we have before us, under government-owned companies, they're listed as active. In fact, it is being said that for those particular companies, their latest annual statements, annual accounts, are from earlier than 2014. So I just wanted to make that clear that that's where I got the active status from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We break for 2 minutes. Minister Lambrecht, you ready to go? We break for 2 minutes. Good evening and welcome back. We had a brief adjournment, and Minister Lambrix will provide an explanation to a clarification that was requested. Minister Lambrix, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To clarify for MP Westcott Williams, the question about the daughter companies, we have verified with the Chamber and the excerpts to make sure that these companies are inactive. It has appeared that it is an oversight on the budget that they are still showing as active. This will be adjusted. The clarification from Ms. MP Ludmila de Wever, with regards to the mention that I made of the harbor master and the infractions that we have because we don't have one. A harbor master works basically as the regulator for a port for the country, or in between the two, to ensure that if there's a safety issue, if there's an issue with something going on with ships blocking a channel, a ship coming in with illegal stuff or hazardous liquids, chemicals, the harbor master is the one in charge normally of addressing all of these issues, of being in between the port and saying it is allowed, it is not allowed, basically the final person to say yes or no. Without having someone in place with those things, of course, there are a lot of issues, like I mentioned, that cannot be addressed, and which is why it is so important. Thank you. I hope that has answered all the questions and clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. MP Westcott Williams has a follow-up.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, because I was trying to digest the answer with respect to the assistance and preparations that the ministry has gotten as far as the larger ships registration is concerned. Are you getting that assistance from the country of Curaçao, or is it a private company that you're getting that assistance? You did mention Curaçao and somebody, I mean body like a person, I mean an entity on Curaçao. Is that the government or is it private? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's what I would like clarified, please.
Minister.
Thank you for the question again, MP Westcott Williams. This was done by our local maritime department, along with the company in Curaçao to find out, and their counterparts to find out what is and is not possible. And that is as far as it has gone so far. Anything deeper than that, I would have to dive and research a little more, but that was done in 2018, I believe, under the then Minister Stuart Johnson, that was in the TIAT ministry. So he also had those copies, and that was where it came from. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Lambrix, for the explanations, and before that, for the answers to the questions in round 2. We thank you for your participation in your first budget debate. We move on now with the following Minister, Minister of Justice, Ms. Anna Richardson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good evening to all who are tuned in, who are here with us, and a special thank you as well to our staff who are really trooping this out. Mr. Chairman, I just have, I believe, 2 questions. My first is from MP Westcott Williams. Police overtime. How was the payment executed in 2020? The answer seems to be missing. Humbly apologize, MP Westcott, that we overlooked this question, but it is a question that we believe is going to need us an opportunity to provide this to you either in writing, if you would permit, because it's going to require some details. Thank you for that question, MP. I move on to MP Heiliger Martin. Can Minister Justice confirm that all immigration that all the immigration that they are working since 2010 have received a basic salary. Are they insured under SFA? It pertains to the new ones, the students, if they are receiving a basic salary and insured under SFA. All immigration officers that are working since 2010 are receiving a basic salary. The new ones are also receiving a basic salary and are all insured under SFA. However, I'll state this. In the event that there's anyone who understands this or believes it different, I am encouraging them to please contact HR Justice immediately. A second question from MP Heiliger Martin. Communication procedures are dissemination information within immigration. Concerns brought forward by some concerned immigration officers. Why WhatsApp and emails are being used for communication which are not signed by the minister. MPs requesting the minister to rectify the manner of communication within her ministry. Yeah, I find it a bit unfortunate that it had to arrive here on this platform for this to be brought to my attention, that the staff is not comfortable with the manner in which the information is being communicated to them. But thank you, MP, for providing that information on behalf of the staff, and I will do what is necessary to be able to address this. Yes? And before I close, through you, MP, I just wanted to express my gratitude to the entire body of the Parliament for the questions that were posed, even in the opportunity, or I find opportunity always even in those tough questions. They give you opportunity to discover things that you may not have necessarily paid attention to. It gives you opportunity to grow. So thank you to everyone who participated in this budget debate, took interest in the Ministry of Justice, asked questions, and we were able to provide you with answers. And if we haven't done that verbally, we will do that in writing. A special thank you to, again, MP Bryson for his supportive words and in expressing, even in his moment that was a bit trying, he was able to still pick up on the positivism within KPSM and the holding facility. MP Hyacinth Richardson, thank you so very much for your words of support and your recognition of the hard work that we are putting in here. Want to thank all the staff, all my support staff, for the hard work that you have put in for this budget and providing the answers, and just sending warm appreciation to the entire Ministry of Justice, to all personnel for all the work that you are doing as well. We're almost there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. We have no request for clarifications. Thank you, Minister. All was clear. And we swiftly move on to our Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Ms. Sylvania Jacobs, is getting ready. And is ready. PM, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to you, the Griffier, Secretary General, members of Parliament, my colleagues, and of course to the people of St. Maarten, following via various media. Questions asked in the second round today relate to, quite a lot of statements actually were made, and so if I do miss a question, do let me know. From the Member of Parliament, Westcott Williams, Integrity Chamber, budget amendment has been made, and so that is taken note of. The General Audit Chamber has announced the audit on the travel budget. This relates to a motion passed. Indeed, we've also taken notice of that. It's not the only thing that they're looking at and doing an audit on, so I think they're looking at travel in general. MP also wanted to know via you, Mr. Chair, about a timeline, a more specific timeline for electoral reform. As soon as that is clarified, I will definitely share that with the Member of Parliament and all members of Parliament, as a matter of fact. And look forward to the discussion further with Parliament on this. There was a question regarding to the preparations or a statement made regarding the preparations for the Kingdom Conference and that the acknowledgement that it is underway. The plenipotentiary minister in The Hague is representing Sint Maarten on that committee, and so I will definitely keep the Parliament updated as it moves along. The MP also asked a question which I will need some clarity for in relation to the country package and the discarded coho law. I think maybe it wasn't recorded properly. The mutual arrangement that regulated, or the coho was supposed to regulate the mutual arrangements under the country package. Right now we have a mutual arrangement which, as the MP mentioned, indicated that if the coho did not proceed, then it ended. However, the mutual arrangement that we're finalizing now will replace the current one, and that is what we're aiming towards. I can consider that for the most part, it is finished to our satisfaction. However, the underlying documents are still being finalized, and hopefully in time for the prescribed time for signing in April. The question regarding the pensioners who receive onderstand by wijze van pensioen. The question asked by the Member of Parliament, Mr. Chairman, does require some groundwork that was not able to be finalized in time. So I would request to provide this in writing. The list of when last it was indexed and how many persons, pensioners, are still on it. The other was another statement. And then I go to the Member of Parliament, De Weaver. In terms of questions related to NVGBE, I would like to reserve the opportunity to have these discussions at a later date once we finalize our meetings with the Supervisory Board. And as it relates to the other government entities, I think this was another MP, let me see. No. As it relates to other government entities, the MP wanted some comfort that that government is actually getting something from the other companies. This will also require us to receive the financials and get an update, and this will be sent in writing once we have received it. What is going to happen when government-owned companies cannot remain solvent? There are mechanisms in place to circumvent insolvency, which is why the proper structure of supervisory boards and operation boards are there to ensure corporate governance rules are adhered to. So indeed, hopefully they will be able to carry out their mandate to ensure that the companies remain solvent. The example, I believe, of Winair was given in terms of them being able to turn themselves around, and it did require very strict management and supervision, as well as assistance along the way. But with all the assistance that they've received, they were able to pay back when it was loans as well. So it requires proper financial planning. Oops. The next question was specific to PSS in terms of a solution. There are some recommendations already on the table. It has been quite difficult for us to find the time to make certain meetings possible, but that definitely is something we need to do within short. PSS is needed on the island, and the employees of PSS also rely on PSS for their income. That's their job, that's their bread and butter. and international law and conventions, St. Maarten has to have a postal service. So while we have assisted them with their larger arrears, part of that was also so that they could pick back up some of the income streams that they'd lost as a result of that. So hopefully that will be resolved within soon, and the business plan that has to be implemented, which seeks to modernize postal care in St. Maarten, will make the profits, see the necessary increase in profits, and of course, if need be, to ensure corporate governance, the necessary changes to the board, etc., can also be made. MP Helga Martins made quite some statements. I've taken note of those statements regarding what other countries are doing. I do still stand by the fact that while some countries have a development plan, I clearly explained that our National Development Vision, which was also done, and the process started since 2012 with the UNDP. The UNDP is still involved, and what we can say is from our governing programs, I think I said this as well several times over the years, the goals that we all sought to achieve from 2010 to now can be found within this National Development Vision. It is a vision of where we want to go as a country, taking the thread that was found between all those governing programs. When questions were asked about the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, those are international goals which we have signed on to improve, and all of our current goals are aligned with the SDGs. And so we are definitely at different levels of development, further back than where we want to be. And of course, because of the disasters and the pandemic we faced in the past 5 years, really struggling to keep up. However, all our plans and our goals are rooted in the International Sustainable Development Goals. Our goals may be lofty to some, but as a developing country, just as some of the others that were mentioned, we are on our way. And while they have taken some of our models from us, we look at their models as well, and no one is intent on reinventing the wheel. And I want to commend also the very hard work of our local committee members, and then it being taken up by the Department of BUC, for all of the hard work they did in bringing it where it is today. So it is being fleshed out. The next steps is to go towards the plan, and the UNDP will continue to support us in that. The MP, I believe, was asking a question about the Kingdom Conference. Through you, Mr. Chair, if the MP would clarify if I'm not clear on what she was asking. She asked whether the protocol can be cleared with Parliament in writing. Is it about the Kingdom Conference? I needed some clarity on that. I'm not sure anymore because only the question is written. And so the context of what was being talked about is lost. So I will await clarity on that from the Member of Parliament. As it relates to the IPKO recommendation for the Kingdom Conference, I've already answered that. And by whom, I already mentioned whom St. Maarten is represented by in the preparation process. We had to ensure that someone was part of that discussion from St. Maarten. And the member mentioned something about whether it's another working group, another steering committee, another this or another that. But as St. Maarten being a part of the kingdom, is there's to be a kingdom discussion, St. Maarten must nominate persons to be part of that discussion group, that technical group, that working group, in order for our voices to be heard. This is how things are done. Whether the Van Raak and the Van Graaf, de Graaf motions and the third recommendations will be the basis of the conference. The content of the conference is not yet being discussed, but for sure we know that we have brought forward as St. Maarten and as the other countries that the chart, the Kingdom Charter, is definitely one that we want on the topic, as well as, of course, the heavier other discussion on our democratic deficit. So if those fall within that, of course, that would be part of it as well. And the latter two documents state that governments of all islands should be consulted. That is the main crux of the motions. Whether I can commit that I will insist that this is the case, I think I have constantly stated that. And as a matter of fact, in my most recent discussion with the State Secretary, I have mentioned that even in assisting or proposing to assist St. Maarten, no assumptions can be made, and we must be at the table, not just present us with a paper and ask for a response. So indeed, at every turn, I insist on this, Mr. Chairman. And as always, I will keep Parliament informed as to the progress within all of the moving parts that we are engaged with as government as it relates to kingdom relations and others. MP Pontiflet asked or urged government to seek the debt cancellation. MP George Pontiflet, this is not just your wish or the wish of many in Parliament. However, I'm going to tell you that, and I stated it, and I saw that that made the headlines, that the Dutch is not necessarily open to that, and we will continue to push forward in the best interest of St. Maarten, and we urge the Parliament to also use their platform to do so. The other statements regarding the slavery apology is noted. And then I go to MP Peterson. Was already answered? Oh yeah, they're great. So I think those were the last questions, unless MP Helliger had a clarification before I make my closing remarks, Mr. Chairman. I believe there are members with clarifying, because I had at least one that I wasn't quite sure.
Thank you, Minister, for those remarks and answers, and we immediately move to MPs who have clarifications, and the first MP is MP Westcott Williams. You have the floor.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman, and in connection with the answers provided by the Prime Minister, I want to first address the issue of the mutual agreement, and the Prime Minister stated that the mutual agreement will replace the current mutual agreement. I think, I suspect what the Prime Minister wanted to say is that this mutual agreement will replace the proposed coho, because the country package is the mutual agreement in which it is stated that the country package is linked to the coho, and no coho, no country package. That's the way it is stated. So I guess what the Prime Minister said, and if she can just confirm, or if it's not so, then it's not so, that this new mutual agreement will replace the structure that was being proposed and called the coho on a kingdom law level. The matter of the integrity chamber, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Prime Minister, my reference to that has to do with the note of amendment that we received from the government. And the note of amendment states that based on a letter by the integrity chamber, the budget has been increased with 300,000 guilders because during the budget debate in 2022, the budget was lowered by Parliament with 700,000 guilders. However, the letter on the basis of which this amendment to the Integrity Chamber's budget has been made states something different. It asks that the 2022 budget is re-amended with 300,000 guilders, which, as the Prime Minister explained, based on a question by me previously, that was done internally. But then the integrity chamber in their letter requests the support for the full budget that was submitted for 2023, which is needed to properly fulfill its task and maintain its independence. So my question is, what is the full budget that was submitted for 2023 by the Integrity Chamber? And I take this directly from the letter and from the note of amendment that came from the government. And then those two matters, and then I have taken note and can concur with the proposal that a matter of the list of government pensioners, the so-called understand by wijze van pensioentrekkers, that information will be provided to me. I just ask that the Office of the Prime Minister as well as our Secretariat take note of the fact that that needs to come. And then I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Williams. Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. And we go over to MP Grisha Heilige-Martin.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to the members of the Council of Ministers and Prime Minister regarding the clarification. The question, it was regarding the protocols that the Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, mentioned regarding the protocols for the Kingdom Conference. You said, the Prime Minister said, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at, yes? And also the best islands, I don't know if the Prime Minister can indicate through you, Mr. Chair, if they're also going to be involved in the Kingdom Conference, if maybe the Prime Minister have some extra information on that. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MPs. Prime Minister, you need a break? 5 minutes. We will take a supper break is due, so we'll take that for 15 minutes and then come back. 5 minutes usually becomes 10. So we'll break for 15 minutes exactly, and we will be back in 15 minutes. Good evening and welcome back. It is now 7:16, and we immediately, after this extended break, go over to the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs to answer to the questions and clarifications. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To respond to the clarifications requested, one from the MP Westcott Williams regarding the Integrity Chamber. As the members may recall, in the 2022 budget, when it was originally submitted, it was under 2.4 million and was then amended down to what it was amended to. So in the agreement with the Integrity Chamber, we agreed to supplement with the 300,000, which we did. They did request the following year, which would be this year, to be back at 2.4. However, with the budget constraints, we are only able to do until the 2 million at this year. We will continue to have the discussions in how this will affect them. And of course, as you know, several other high councils would also like to see their budgets increased. So in terms of taking that along once the time comes. So it was, as I mentioned before, 2.4. The other clarification related to the explanation about the draft mutual arrangement that is currently being finalized and how this addresses the issue of the 2020 mutual arrangement. Indeed, this one will replace the 2021, and it does so by also replacing what had been proposed for COHO as a regulation under which the country packages will now be pinned. So the new mutual arrangement is what will be pinning the country packages under. And the country packages will be executed under this new mutual arrangement and all of the other underlying documents which would then describe the manner in which that will be done, the werkwijze reglement, and that will differ per country. Further to the other elucidation requested clarification from MP Grisha Martin, Helga Martin, the protocol that I mentioned, it wasn't necessarily called that, but I received a document which was basically the werkwijze as well. It relates to how it will be regulating, how the conference, the structure will be regulated. So they're just planning how the conference will be structurally, not the content as yet. So that is not something that we really need to share at this point. Yeah. I think that was the last clarification, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to take this time to thank the members of Parliament for their participation, for the key questions asked related to the budget. And even though I could remember Minister of Finance, I mean, he can speak for himself, of course, but last year's budget was 520, and when we look at the actuals, it was a lot less. This budget is closer to the actuals of last year, and that's why we can say it's realistic. And should we be able to produce more revenue than we've projected, then of course we can make the necessary amendments to do more. But we are actually very, I can say we didn't expect that we would be able to produce a balanced budget this soon after having dealt with the pandemic, short on the heels of coming out of the recovery of the Irma and Maria devastation. And so we have been trudging up the hill for quite a while. And I think sometimes because of the normal that seems to pervade the place, we forget what we have been through. And so we are in recovery still, and I look forward to this budget giving us the opportunity to make the necessary amendments, and I look forward to the vote when it comes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs. We immediately move over to the Acting Minister of VROMI, the Honorable Minister Irion, who is filling in for the Minister of VROMI. Minister, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the Kafir. Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening to the members of Parliament. Good evening to the viewing public. I'll first start with the questions from MP Sarah Scott Williams. Are we going to get a nature commission? Just, as mentioned previously by the Ministry of Rumi currently, however, we will look into this and start discussing the installation of a nature commission, as mentioned in the nature ordinance. Regarding the road fund, the creation of the road fund is now in the early planning stages. The Department of New Projects had a road network improvement plan prepared in the past, known as the RNIP. In the RNIP, various links known as Link 3, Link 6, Link 2, and Link 4 were identified, including the upgrading of the main roads and critical intersections. Within the preliminary discussions relating to the road fund, the ministry will look into having this road network plan improved and updated, and this can be shared once completed. The next question was regarding inspection domain, character breach, and the dumping of boulders. The ministry is presently investigating the matter and have reached out to the responsible party where this has occurred. Next, Member of Parliament, MP Grisha Helga Martin. Regarding your question on the travel matter of the minister, a budget transfer to the amount of 6,210 guilders was made to facilitate the trips to New York and Washington respectively. As for the minister and support staff, a total of 5 persons has been accounted for on the travels to New York and Washington. This includes costs for airfares, hotels, per diem for the minister and the staff supporting the minister on both of these travels. So 2 for the first leg and 2 for the second leg. The first trip was the trip to New York. The minister was one of the keynote speakers that presented at the Caribbean Conference on Climate Adoption and Water Management, organized by the International Panel for Deltas and Coastal Areas, and held in Curaçao on December 13, 2022. Following this conference, the Dutch King invited the minister and other leaders from the Caribbean region to the United Nations Conference on Water for Sustainable Development. The first in 46 years. Climate change poses a threat to our island, and one of the links to climate change and our greatest resource is water. The second trip is the Washington trip. Additionally, as most are aware, the minister will be attending Sint Maarten Reconstruction, Recovery and Resilience Trust Fund Steering Committee meeting in Washington, where the minister was also personally invited. The World Bank team cordially invited our delegation to join in person the meetings. The trust fund has allocated $20 million for the housing project, and it has been a top priority to provide support to ensure the project can be carried out, among others. This will be one of the biggest social housing projects that has been led by the government of Sint Maarten. As many of you may know, the Sint Maarten Housing Development Fund has an extremely large waiting list, which is a clear indicator of how our housing infrastructure and our housing situation on the island is. Social and affordable housing forms part of the vision for the ministry, and we remain committed to address the housing sector challenges in the best interest of the people of Sint Maarten. MP Rayon Peterson asked for the report from SOB, and I believe this has been shared already with Parliament. Confirmed? Yes, it has been shared. And with this, I would like to also thank SOB for their support during these processes and coordinating and handling tender processes as we strive to improve the process of tenders on the island in the country. Next question from MP Peterson was, did every single company that won a parcel also score the highest within the pool of contractors that also bid for the same parcel a simple yes or no is requested. To the Honorable MP, the evaluation of the public tenders and selection of winners based on the outcomes is not a simple yes or no, or a win or did not win. In the case of companies that scored the highest outright, these companies were selected as winners. There's an explanatory memo from the Department Head of Infrastructure which indicates that for 2 parcels, the way forward could not be determined based solely off the high scores received. The Department of Infrastructure Management advises the Minister on how to proceed in such cases. The next question from the MP was, if yes, for which parcels was not the case? This was the case for parcel 2, parcel 3 for the district cleaning contracts of 2022 to 2025. Next question, why did they still win the bid? If they did not score the highest within the pool and based off of what? Points or something else? That's why they report or the evaluation committee. In these special cases, companies were selected as winners based on different factors such as the SOIB report and advice from the Department of Infrastructure. In both cases, the department advised the minister to proceed with companies whose scores were responsibly in the best interest of the government of Sint Maarten and considering the limited available budget. Were any of these companies originally disqualified? Yes. And if yes, any of these companies that were disqualified at some time in the process ultimately win a contract for process anyway? No. If this is the case, how did it happen? It doesn't apply because they did not win. Did all the other companies that were disqualified have the privilege to come back and maybe have a redo? That was also not applicable. What were the differences in the outcome of the evaluation? Having read this question, it is important to mention that SOIB provided guidance, support, and oversight in the tender procedure for district cleaning 2022 to 2025. There were no reevaluations done for district cleaning tender. The major difference which has been observed and factually found based on reports is the quality and the level of detail and the thoroughness of the tender evaluation and reporting. In essence, all I's were dotted and every T's were crossed, and these types of reports will help set the standard for the handling of tenders and reporting within the ministry. I believe that were all the questions posed by the MPs.
Thank you, Minister. I look at members of Parliament. Are there any clarifications? I see from MP Martin first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to you, and good evening to all listening and viewing. Mr. Chairman, through you, I'd like to ask or remind the Minister of Finance regarding my prognosis for 2023. I haven't received that as yet, Mr. Chairman. The prognosis for 2023, January to December 2023. Budget prognosis for the country. I haven't received that as yet. And secondly, regarding the budget.
The Minister is answering in the capacity of Acting Minister of Romi.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
You're tired?
We'll put it back. Yeah.
Just vote yes and go home.
Oh, no. I don't think so. But anyway. Okay, sorry. Vromi related. My apologies for that. I'll hold that one for the next answers. With regard to the budget transfer that the minister referred to for Vromi, with the Minister of Vromi, was there a budget amendment needed? When was this done? And can Parliament be provided with that? A budget amendment, you stated through you, Mr. Chairman, the minister stated that a budget transfer was made of 60,000. Was a budget amendment needed for that? And if yes, can we see that? And was an amendment needed for that transfer? And where was it transferred from? I think that's it. Until he turns his switch his cap over to finance, I'll ask that other question. Hopefully he has the answer already. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Martin. The next speaker, MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a good evening. Mr. Chairman, if the Minister acting on behalf of the Minister of Romy can go into the question if there's any information that his ministry, of course, the Ministry of Romy could have provided him with respect to the matter on the Simpson Bay Beach. Sorry? Yes. Yes, that one. So that's one thing. Maybe I didn't state it like a question, but I did want to get an answer why it is only now that the ministry is actually ready to look at the acrobatics report. And I mentioned that this report was sent by Parliament asking for comments from the government, and what we heard is that, yeah, we're now dissecting it or something to that effect. And I would like to understand what caused that delay. And the minister has not responded on my question regarding I can't call it paving, it's not really paving, and that's why I use the word overlaying of roads now, complete roads. And how is that considered an operational cost of government when for 2023, it mentions that item as a capital expense. That's where I was going with that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Next, for clarifications, MP Rayan Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to everybody still tuned in. Mr. Chairman, just 2 points I wanted, only one I needed to clarify. The other one was, I do not want to create the sentiment that I am against the SOAB auditing. Me and the minister spoke about this, and I don't want it to be misconstrued as to what I was asking. My questions pertain to how the evaluation was done after the SOAB report was given to VROMI. So my question was actually if the SOAB report was followed or if its contents were followed in an objective manner to pick the contractors, or if something else happened. And that's where my clarification question comes into play, Mr. Chairman, because apparently something else did happen. I just heard about a memo written by the Department Head of Infrastructure Management that the minister or maybe the evaluation committee used as sort of a basis to, let's say, deviate from the scoring that was put in the SOB report. And therefore, I would love to see this memo, Mr. Chairman, and I do believe that we can get this memo in the same way that we received the SOB report, ter inzage, because I would like to see those two next to each other for my own perusal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Peterson. And the final speaker up till now for this clarification round is MP Rolando Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's good that people don't have to pressure department heads in the dark of a parking lot to try and get certain documents, and they can actually just do it the right way this time. So there's a good sign. There's progress. Mr. Chairman, my clarification to the minister, can the minister outline the fact that the SOAB and the fact that this was done? When I heard that this was the process that was being put in place, I hearkened back to the recommendations in Section 7 of the previous systemic investigation that basically outlined exactly this being one of the good practices. Can the minister clarify that this is part of the improvement process from the Ministry of Romy in terms of tendering and so on? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. Minister, are you able to respond right now? Or would you prefer to go to finance and then take both clarifications while the Minister of Education is here? Good plan. MPs, the Minister now in his own capacity as Minister of Finance will put the questions for Minister of Vromi on hold, will answer now for Minister of Finance, and then we'll come back and answer both clarification rounds. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll first start with the questions posed by MP Sarah Scott Williams. What was the CFT insistence on casino tax? And the minister answered, and the CFT wants the casino tax, who are currently exempt from paying TOT. Also asked again, when will it happen? What could it mean for income of government? The elimination of turnover tax, known as the TOT, exemptions for casinos was part of my presentation on the improvement of tax system during the meetings with the Finance Committee of Parliament of February 8th and the 23rd. The next steps are for the tax improvement work group to assess the feasibility of all the proposed tax improvements and draft an advice for the Council of Ministers to approve. After approval from the Council of Ministers, the tax improvements will be calculated by external experts and drafted in the legislation, and the consultation sessions will be held with stakeholders before the actual concepts are submitted for Parliament's approval. Our aim is to have the first stage draft legislations at the Department of Legal Affairs and the legislation in the third quarter of 2023. We will keep the general public informed on the progress. The next question was the Integrity Chamber MP, but the PM answered that, I believe. Next, there are various measures as part of tax reform, such as the introduction of small business scheme, withdrawal of land tax, et cetera, et cetera. Are any of these measures going to be introduced in 2023? And if they are, what are the projected financial consequences of these measures? As previously answered, MP, it is my aim to submit the first stage draft legislations to the Department of Legal Affairs and the legislation in the third quarter of 2023. Having said the above, it is my intention to abolish cleanup, the tax national ordinances that are not applied in practice. Therefore, we must determine which legislation this would be and if that can be done this year. It will be clear in the third quarter of this year, but it is my intention to abolish them this year, as these will pertain to ordinances that are not applied in practice. There will be no financial consequences for the budget, MP, for 2023. MP asked a question regarding the check mark on the country packages. The answer, the Ministry of ECYS in their policy paragraph put a check mark in some tables as they meant to indicate that the specific engagement is part of the country package. That is all the questions from MP Sarah Scott Williams. And now move on to MP De Wever regarding the concession. Is it collectible from GB? MP also mentioned the front side water, but I believe that was also answered by VSR. So there's a few questions in one. So I'll answer the part that was pertaining to the Ministry of Finance. GB is managing its debt to the government by settling our invoices to the government with a concession fee they owe to government. Winear, SPM, Post Office. Yes, I think that's the last question directly related to finance, MP De Wever. And I'll move on to MP Grisha Helga Martin. If and when the budget and supporting documents can be presented in English language. The budget process is being improved on a continuous basis, as was also previously mentioned also by the CFT, as they acknowledge the improvements made this year. Regarding the English language, this is indeed a challenge for all legislations. I'm committed to having the full budget presented in English language. This year, both the number book and the explanation book were provided to Parliament in English. And also the prognosis that was sent, yes. MP George Pontiflet, the tax on alcohol and tobacco, where is that now? The next steps are for the tax improvement work group to assess the feasibility of all the proposed tax improvements on draft advice for the Council of Ministers. Also, MP, as I also previously mentioned in the tax committee meeting, the financial committee meeting, that a sin tax, as you referenced, also has to be done in collaboration with our partners. So these discussions, we tried to set meetings. We had our initial meeting already. We're trying to set some further meetings to have discussions on this. And that were all the questions related to the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Chairman.
Members, you have heard from the Minister of Finance the answers to questions posed to the Ministry of Finance in the second round. We have one speaker so far, MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thanks to the Minister for his responses. Minister, you have not, through you, Mr. Chairman, responded to my question regarding the payout to the police officers, etc., in 2020, how that took place. How exactly did it take place? It was referred to you. I haven't heard the Minister of Finance give an explanation of that. And Minister, if you can also tell me where I heard you. I heard when you said that the mandate register, which is a register that needs to be made public and that shows who can sign on behalf of government. I heard you say that the one that was there expired and you're working on a new one. And I would like to know where is that, where can it be found publicly? So where is it publicized right now? Because even though it expired, it should be somewhere. So until you get the new one, where is or was this one made public? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. I look at the speakers list. There are no other speakers. So we will break for 1 minute. The Minister of Finance and acting in the capacity of Minister of Romi will now go to prepare the answer to the questions, and we will invite the Minister of ECYS to come in. Meeting adjourned for 1 minute. Good evening and welcome back. We have now with us in the House the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, and he is here to provide answers to questions posed in the second round. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Good evening to the Khalifier, and good evening to the honorable members of Parliament and those in the Tribune, all support staff who are still busy with us and assisting us with the answers to the questions of the members of Parliament. We continue to say thank you for your energy and your input in the process. I go to the questions of the Member of Parliament Westcott Williams. MP would like a little more information from Minister of ECYS regarding the issue of the Monument Fund. SOAB being contracted to do so, the Minister indicated that the whole process needs to start over. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, via you to the Member of Parliament, in 2009, as I explained before, SOAB was engaged to do the work, and we were advised that this could not happen without a bid. So we started with a bid, and as I indicated, the bid process went wrong, and we started over with a new bidding process. It's the same thing I have explained before. Minister doesn't remember saying he supports the efforts of buying back Fort Amsterdam. MP thinks that this option should be thrown into the discussion on slavery. Asking the Minister to take a keen note. Honorable Member of Parliament, through you, Mr. Chair, I take note of your advice and I would look into it. Bidding for the Monument Fund can't be shared because it's still active. Indeed, they are busy with the process, but it has not reached the stage where I could present you with a copy of the tour. Minister ECYS indicated that parts of the 2009 multi-annual monument policy plan have been pulled out and are being worked on. Could you identify the parts that have been pulled out from the 2009 report on the monument? Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Member of Parliament, MB, through you, my answer earlier stands to be corrected, and thank you for bringing this to my attention, which this document was written some 14 years ago. I will make every effort to familiarize myself with it, and so we can extrapolate and apply the wisdom of the document to the experience of 2023 and beyond. USM NEPA and all other school boards that are in the same boat. USM budget has been cut compared to 2022. According to the current policies and rules, to what amount is USM/NEPA and other school boards falling in the same boat? Mr. Chairman, through you to the honorable member, the amounts the school boards are entitled to depends on the school type and the number of students enrolled in the schools. The decisions on the 2022-2023 and the 2023-2024 academic year have not been finalized as yet. Therefore, I am unable to indicate what the school boards are entitled to. And as I also said, if a budget amendment is needed, this will be done during the year of 2023. English development of a reformed or secondary education implementation. And in one of our local budget posts is mentioned, and then they have 600,000 guilders And under the column, although they are very dark, but I checked it on mine as well. On the column of package, you have a check mark. What does this mean? In other ministries, you have another way of indicating their priorities. Does it mean when I take the matter of the budget and the country package, what does it mean when there is a check mark by the ministry? The numbers don't jive. In a previous answer, during the Central Committee meeting, I stated in a response to a question by MP Gomes, please note that the figures mentioned in Bijlage 2 toelichting book as it pertains to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports are not in line with the derde concept Begroting 2023 getallenboek. The budgeted amounts in the getallenboek are correct and the amounts in the toelichting book must be adjusted. The column Landspakket should read Landspakket / reageerakkoord, and a check mark in this column indicates that the policy action is either part of the Landspakket G, Country Package G, or reageerakkoord governing program. Mr. Chairman, I go to the question from Member of Parliament De Wever. The renovation and upgrade of John Lamini Center sent by a few stakeholders. Indeed, I can imagine that these type of questions would come. Questions like, what is phase 1 of the project? How long will it take to complete the project? Is the total cost 2 million, etc.? Who will be building? Will the building remain a disaster shelter when it's completed? What is happening to all investors who is steering the project? As explained before, with the other CapEx, I indicated that all the projects are in different stages of development. And by this one, I did say a terms of reference is yet to be developed. So the specifics of the project are not yet sound, and all stakeholders will be consulted in the process. Phase 1 is at 2 million guilders, and the Ministry of ECYS, in collaboration with VROMI, will steer the project. So all stakeholders will be consulted, and I know this is a long-awaited project. Then I have questions from Member of Parliament Ludmila Duncan. Following the meeting that we had on the destruction of the ruins in Colbay, what are the concrete next steps that are happening in the ministry to ensure that that doesn't take place again? Specifically, I would like to know if it is an idea that the Ministry of VROMI and ECYS form a work group to jointly update and adopt the policies. Yes, indeed, it is currently the intention for a work group to be jointly formed. Data registration at the Department of Study Finance. MP did not get an overview of the modules used in the system, but would like to understand more clearly exactly what data is maintained at the Department of Study Financing. The Study Financing Database Administration and Management System was developed to support the execution of the tasks and responsibilities of DSF and consists of the following modules. I read them off last night. Application. This model manages applications and enables applications to submit their request for study financing digitally and upload the required documents. DSF to review and process the applications. Then you have recipients. This model enables the control and the monitoring of study financing recipients. The following data is recorded: status of the recipients, personalia, study details, study financing issuance details, ministerial decisions and loan agreements, digital copies. Banking information also falls under that one. And then you have the model of request. This model manages all services offered to study financing recipients based on the legislations and enables study financing recipients to activate their own study financing to receive first payment. 2, request and track study changes, tickets, summer course funding, bank and guarantee letters, funding for a computer/laptop/educational material, to place study financing on hold, exemptions to remain abroad after graduating, to submit study results twice annually, and the uploaded required supporting documents, and to register their graduation. And then you have the model of payment. This model is used to manage and track all payments to study financing recipients, to submit payments for processing to the Department of Finance. Study financing recipients can view and track their payments, confirm receipt or not, or non-receipt. This prompt the tracking of the payment with Treasury, calculate their own study debt based on various scenarios. And then you have statistics. This model enables data management of all models and the creation of queries and reports. And you have the model of management. This model enables the management of users' emails, sent and standard templates, applications and assignments of users, user roles, tasks, and responsibility. The portal is managed by DSF, the head of Division Study Finance, and is supported by the developer, which is iTractive.nl in the Netherlands. The budgeted amounts are earmarked to develop the following models: revocation, to prepare revocations, advices, and ministerial decrees; guidance counselors reporting, to facilitate the submission and review of the monthly student report; to process, record, and track payments to guidance counselors; requests for 100% loans to facilitate the submission and processing of requests for the extension of study financing in the form of a 100% loan; objections/appeals to track and record objections and or appeals. Then I have the third question. MP asks for more clarity on the answer on whether social work will be placed on the study financing priority list. Why not or why yes? The social work is not included on the study financing list of 2023. However, as I stated, based on the current policy to promote studying at our local institutions, study financing and or allowances are awarded to pursue all areas of studies offered by both USM and NEPA. It is impossible indeed, and even though I know social work is important, to put every single study on the list, and students who are applying for the list for studies for social work will be taken care of, if everything is in order, most naturally. Loan agreements reference study financing. MP received a couple of complaints about students being threatened very early with assessments, which visits by marshals, and not being able to repay their student loans quickly. What are our procedures here? What is the step-by-step procedure as it regards to repayment of our study loans? The procedures can be found on the website of our Study Financing Division, which outlines payments. This model is used to manage and track all payments to study financing recipients, to submit payments for processing to the Department of Finance. Study financing recipients can view and track their payments, confirm receipt or non-receipt, and calculate their study debt. All study financing recipients may request an overview of their accumulated debt. An overview of all payments can be viewed by logging in to the study financing portal. Repayment must start 1 year. Repayment must start 1 year after completion of studies, 2 months after revocation, due discontinuation of study, or the application of Article 20 of the policy described in the draft Islands Ordinance Study Finance. The study debt may be forgiven in whole or in part if the student has stopped studying because of serious physical or mental defects, 5 to 10% interest may be calculated over the outstanding study financing debt as of the repayment date. Examples of accumulated debt: the Netherlands, the region, USA. Those are samples. Then we come to the question of Member of Parliament Angelique Roumou. School materials for public schools. No mention of materials for science, physical education, nor social studies. Can the minister please elaborate on what is the division's plan on the ordering of said materials? For physical education, the program currently have enough material in stock to execute the program effectively for the rest of the year. The PE coordinator prepares the new order after the inventory is done at the end of the school year. In regards to social studies, the reordering of social studies workbooks will be done when the material is upgraded, which we are busy with. And in regards to science, DPE is currently reviewing the upgrading of the science method since the previous one that was used is no longer in production. DPE received product demonstration from the company, which is Person and Houghton Muffing, and they are busy with the process. What is the ministry doing to promote STEM in schools? What is the division public education in public schools to incorporate STEM? So what is the division to do? STEM integration went dormant for a few years, but was revived in 2021 with the purchase of materials for all public schools to integrate STEM in the FBE schools, while also launching an introduction to coding programs with the Dash and Dot robots. DPE intends to expand this program to every public school classroom and provide the necessary professional development for our teachers to make them proficient in delivering integrated programs. The question in regards to special needs students at the vocational training school, we mentioned indeed that the management and care teams are confident that at this juncture, no special accommodation needs to be made to separate Prince William Alexander's students from the other students. So I hope that is understood. It is not the intention to separate the students, so no special accommodation needs to be made in that regard. And then post 60021-43476, legal and other experts' advice. What is the Staff Bureau intention with this budget post of 102,000 guilders for legal and other expertise advice in 2023? Let me say up front, even though before I read what's stated here, it is impossible if you have a post for legal advice to say up front how much of it you're going to use, because you don't know down the line when you will get a court case. That is, you cannot predict that. Staff Bureau intention for the budget account is to contract much needed legal expertise to deal with crucial advices and legislative matters within the ministry. This is specifically to support legal/professional initiatives within the Department of Education, for example, with the evaluation of FBE, reviewing of the structure for division inspection in connection with the implementation of the Ministry Management Information System. While the budgeted amount of 102,448 guilders may not be sufficient, the importance of the initiatives can be found in the policy action as well as the implementation plans for 2023, Apex 2 of the draft budget 2023. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, and if there are clarifications.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel. And we immediately go over to the floor. And the first clarification request comes from MP Angelique Rumo. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one clarification, and that is actually if the minister could please repeat his answer concerning the special needs students at the St. Maarten Vocational Training School. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minister? Yes, did you get the question?
Give me 2 minutes, please.
No, but you got a question?
Yes.
Okay. 2 minutes. Are there any further clarifications? None. It is 8:10. We are back at 8:13. Give him an extra minute. Meeting adjourned. You say 2 minutes. Good evening and welcome back. Minister of Education, you have the floor for the clarification requests that were made. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is, special needs students at the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School, what provisions are made at SMVTS to accommodate the special needs students, seeing that this is the high school that was initially to cater to special needs students? And the answer that I have been given, I am given all the time, was William Alexander students are not segregated from the other enrolled students deemed eligible for AHIO from mainstream schools. Data has shown that some students who come from Prince William Alexander School with higher IQ scores than their peers who are coming from mainstream schools, that there are those. Therefore, all AHIO students from PWAS and mainstream schools are treated equally. Moreover, they are offered the same opportunities as the students in the national changes and challenges, where the investments in Moreover, they are offered the same opportunities as the students in the general stream. However, the instructional strategies must cater to their special needs. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. We have come to the end of the clarification round by the Minister of Education, Youth, Culture, and Sports. And without any further ado, we will immediately go over to the Minister of VROMI, Acting Minister of VROMI, Minister Irion. Minister Irion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will start with the clarifications, starting with MP Martin. The budget transfer that was made, was budgeted, you asked to see it. It's from the budget post 43476 9110 to the various travel and reis en verblijf kosten posts. To MP Sarah Williams regarding St. Beach, the ministry is presently investigating the matter and has reached out to the responsible party where it's occurred, and we are waiting a further report on the case. In regarding to the acrobats report, the ministry will follow up on any reports that were sent to the ministry relating to this case. In addition to that, it seems as if, yes, it was sent from Parliament to the organization, but not immediately from the organization to the relevant ministry. In regard to overlaying of the roads, as mentioned, the ministry has turned towards an improved concept of roads from the annual road patching to maintenance to road surfacing program. Our current infrastructure has reached a point whereby patching and repair works can no longer suffice. Therefore, the annual operation budget from the Department of Infrastructure Management has been used to address the roads within the means that we have. Having a proper infrastructure in place plays a significant role in the upkeep of our island, and we look forward to improving our infrastructure through the capital investments. And now move on to MP Bryson. Can the minister clarify that this is part of the improvement process? Thank you for your insightful question. The ministry commissioned SWAB to carry out the assignment to support and coordinate the handling of the tenders within the ministry. For too long, tenders have been handled without sufficient structure, and the ministry continues to take measures to improve the way we execute such tasks. The results of this engagement have sure been helpful in the final stage of the tender process, and SOAB did a commendable job in setting a new standard in the way the process should be carried out in line with the ministry's process. And now move on to MP Peterson. SOAB carried out the support assignment with the objective of coordinating and monitoring the tender process of new contracts for the district cleaning for the years 2022 to 2025. This report was followed in an objective manner by the ministry and in the internal awarding advice. The Department of Infrastructure still has the responsibility and is tasked to advise the minister based on the report in an objective manner, considering all the key factors. Can the memo from the infrastructure be shared? Yes, this internal memo has been shared, as I mentioned before, in light of transparency. And I believe that's it, Mr. Chairman. Never too sure.
That was Minister of Vromi. Do we have any questions for Minister Vromi? I look at the speakers list, MP Rolando Bryson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the additional opportunity. It's just a clarification regarding, and I think the minister did answer it correctly, but I wanted to still ask for clarification. Sometimes there's something happening on or near a beach, and we tend to, because certain establishments use the term beach, like character beach, it may come across like the business is already being assumed to have done something wrong, that this is something being investigated in the area of Simpson Bay, not necessarily that it is or that it is not character beach. Just to clarify that, please.
Before we go to the minister, we have MP Grisha Heilige-Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, the minister kind of went through the numbers very quickly. Is it 434 76 9110? Should I repeat it? 434 76 9110? Correct. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minister, there were one or two other questions, but you're going to that right now? Yes.
Yes, MP Bryson, it is St. Simon Beach, and my first time answering MP Sarah Williams, there was let's say, in brackets, the word character, and so that's why I clarified myself in the clarification, specifically mentioning St. Simon Beach. And then the second was already answered by MP Grisha.
We have come to the end of the questions, clarifications, and answers by the Minister of Vromi, and now Minister Irion, in the capacity of Minister of Finance, will answer to the clarification requests.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will start with MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. The payout to the police officers, the prepayment was based on a rough estimation of the difference in what was being paid at the moment, including the 16.3% and what would have to be paid in case the increase will be applied, the correction of scale plus 1 period. This estimation did not take the career path into account, nor were taxes and social costs applied as such is being done by the Minister of Justice. Regarding the mandate register that has been sent via mail, I don't know if you got it as yet. Yes, you got it. And it was similarly also available on the website. That's where we got it. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. We have come to the end of clarifications and questions. We've actually come to the end of round 2 as well. Before we go over to the voting on the budget, we have several draft motions and amendments. And before we handle those, we will take a 3.5 minutes break, and we shall be back. had initially indicated a 3 minutes, actually 3.5-minute break, but there was some changes to the amendments to the budget, and we needed, some MPs needed some time to have a discussion with one of the ministers from whose ministry some of the cuts were to come. So we will adjourn for an additional 5 minutes. No, that's okay, we're good to go. Goed om te gaan. As indicated, we had several motions and several, well, two, I believe it was two each. 2 motions, 2 amendments. 2 motions, 3 amendments. And the opportunity will be given to the ministers to weigh in on the motions, to voice their opinion, because the motion is a position of government, of parliament, I mean, sorry. The motions are a position of parliament that would need to be carried out by government, and it would be good before members of parliament take a vote that they know how ministers think or feel about some of these draft motions. So I will read the first draft motion. Waar zijn ze? The ministers have received them? Yeah. The first draft motion is from MP Angelique de Weaver. Angelique Rumu. This is a sign that it's time to go home. The battery is running low. The first draft motion is from MP Angelique Rumu. All members have received a copy of the motion. All ministers have received a copy of the motion. So therefore, I will not go into reading the entire motion, but will read the resolution. The motion resolves, it has to do, of course, with education, that the Parliament calls on the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports to finalize the process of awarding the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School with an official status by the end of the year 2023. Second resolution, to report back to Parliament by the 12th of June 2023 with an action plan on the way forward with the implementation of the new status. In the considerations, the draft motion talks about the school not having a status. The school has been there for many years, has a mix of students, but students who attend the school, for them it's like a dead end because the education they receive there is neither recognized here or overseas. So further education for them is basically locked out. So the resolution calls on the minister to finalize the process and give the school an official status by the end of the year 2023. But by June 12th, the minister would have to present an action plan on the way forward with the implementation of this new status. Of course, any and every minister is free to weigh in on the motion, but as it regards the Ministry of Education, we would first give the Minister of Education, Youth, Culture and Sports, if he so desires, the opportunity to weigh in on the motion. minister says, well, I have nothing to add or nothing to say at this time, that too is acceptable. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to the members of Parliament, to the Griffier, my colleague ministers, those in the Tribune, and again, thank you to all who are assisting in the process. Mr. Chairman, indeed, giving St. Maarten Vocational Training School a school type is something that I have been busy with during the past 3 years. And I have been busy with it because of various reasons. One, when I first really read that the school existed some 38 years, maybe in 2 years later, maybe it's already 40, that the school existed and did not really have a school type. And I also took note from the material that I went through that indeed the diplomas of the students outside of St. Maarten does not really carry much weight. I thought it was really necessary to do something about that. However, in coming to Parliament, I also received from Parliament a mandate in order to get this done. So it was high and still is high on my agenda. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that it is separately just given St. Maarten Vocational School that which it need, because as I explained, there are different levels of students going to the school. The motion presented is, as you can hear me, Mr. Chairman, is something that I too have been busy with, so I can find myself in the motion. There is a challenge, however, the 12th of June, and if I'm very realistic, the 12th of June is a challenging date, and I will still do my best in order to carry out this motion, because I too would like to be the minister who have finally solved the issue with St. Maarten Vocational Training School. And I thank the Parliament for their contribution, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Dr. Anders Rudolph. Samuel, do we need a hoofdelijke stemming? Do we need a voice vote on this motion? Hoofdelijke stemming, vote by voice, has been requested. Before we go over to voting on the motion, opportunity will be granted to anyone who would like to briefly motivate his motion, his vote, his or her vote, briefly. It is not a third round, it is not an extra round, it is a brief motivation. I see nobody wishes to motivate their vote, so we go over immediately to voting, and we will pick one number, and it looks like lucky 7, number 7.
MP Melissa Gums.
4.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin.
4.
MP George Ponteflet.
4.
MP Rayan Peterson. 4. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
4.
MP Angelique Rameau.
4.
MP Ludmila de Weaver.
4.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
4.
MP Sidhar Bijlani.
4.
MP Hakeem Arundel.
4.
MP Rolando Bryson.
4.
MP Chanel Brownbill.
4.
MP Solange Duncan.
4.
MP Christophe Emmanuel.
4.
Vice Chairman William Marlin.
For. We have the results of the vote, 15 for and no one against. So I'm sure the parents and students, not the past students that much, but the present students and parents would be happy with the school getting an official status and position. The second motion, draft motion, also from MP Angelique Roumou. This one too is directed to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, but this one deals with the school programs, execution of school sports program in the schools. The budget post, a particular budget post has been cut in the 2023 budget from 290,471 guilders to a bare 100,000, a cut of 190,000, so almost 2/3 of the budget was cut. The MP goes on to motivate why this is not such a great idea. And in the resolution, the draft motion says that the Parliament calls on the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, with the support of the Minister of Finance, to initiate, oversee and ensure the finalization of an internal transfer of monies to budget post 4348.9.67026 and restore at least half of the monies, 95,235 guilders and 50 cents, that was cut from this budget post before the end of this calendar year, and work towards restoring the full amount for the 2024 budget. So for this year, restore at least half of the amount so it does not jeopardize in such a great manner the effect the budget cut has on sports programs, and for the 2024 budget, make sure that it is at the least restored to the full amount. And of course, if possible, we would all love to see several millions on the budget where sports is concerned. Minister and Minister of Finance, they are the two ministers that are called upon to execute this motion, of course in collaboration with the rest of the Council of Ministers. Does anyone or both of you wish to speak to the motion? Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, indeed, if the words say to bring more money to the Ministry of ECYS, most naturally, the Minister of ECYS in regards to sports is already happy. And I believe with the cooperation of my colleague, this will be possible, so I can be very short with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel. And we look at the Minister of Finance for his comments.
Yes, like the Minister mentioned, we will look towards a solution. Sports has and will continue to be important, and we will communicate and see how we get it done.
Take it from Parlatino. Thank you, ministers. And we go over now to voting. Does anyone want hoofdelijke stemming on this motion, draft motion at least? we want a voice vote. And Robbie, echo please. We will give opportunity to members of parliament to motivate their vote. Briefly, does anyone desire to motivate their vote? MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this motion, I was aware of the motion, of course. I thank my colleague for apprising me of it and discussing it. And it's actually an effort motion. It is asking the government to make an effort to do XYZ. From what we heard from the government, there are many efforts to be made in terms of looking for money and filling posts, et cetera, What the motion attempts to do is to put a priority for this attempt to put a priority with sports. And I have my reservations in terms of how possible it will be given what we have heard from the government. But again, it's an effort motion, a motion for the government to make an effort in the area of sports. So it probably would have my support, but that's my motivation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We see no other member wishing to motivate their vote, so we go over immediately to picking a number from which to vote, and we will start by the following number. We double up on 7 and it becomes 14. The booths are closed already for those of you who want to. Number 14.
MP Ludmila de Weaver. MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
For.
MP Siddhar Bijlani.
For.
MP Akeem Arundel.
For.
MP Rolanda Bryson.
For.
MP Chanel Brownbill. MP Solange Duncan. MP Christophe Emmanuel.
For.
MP Melissa Gums. MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. MP George Ponteflet.
For.
MP Rayon Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
For.
MP Angelique Rameau. Vice Chairman William Marlin.
For. We have another unanimous vote on another draft motion. 15 for, none against. So congratulations are in order to MP Angelique Rameau for tabling 2 draft motions that have full support from all members of Parliament. And congratulations are in place for those who will be the beneficiaries of such. We go over now to the amendments. There are 2 amendments submitted. 3 amendments rather, and we look at the first amendment. The first amendment is submitted by MP Sarah Westcott Williams, and the aim of the amendment is to transfer 200,000 guilders from DPE privatization. One can recall that in the discussions and questions on DPE, which is the Department of Public Education, there have been attempts now for several years, many years, to privatize, just like you have the private school boards for Catholic school board, Protestant school board, the Christian school board, the Methodist, the Seventh-day Adventist. The public education now will not resort directly under the Minister of Education, but would then resort under a school board. There are quite some challenges with this, and that has therefore taken some time. This government has earmarked some 248,323 guilders, and the amendment seeks to remove 200,000 and use that 100,000 would then go for dance promotion, and the other 100,000 would go for the promotion of tangible cultural heritage. Before we go over to voting on the motion, we would give again the minister who is in the hot seat of motions and amendments, Minister Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, the opportunity to speak to this amendment as it affects a policy intention in his ministry. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is indeed very interesting. However, when you look at the amount proposed in the budget, which is
200,000 out of 248,000.
248,000, of which 200,000 will be subtracted. Indeed, when you look at it and you look at the work that has to be done in order to do the transfer of DPE, something that we need to do, as I indicated, DPE needs to be more financially independent to be able to carry out its work. I would like Parliament to consider in somehow if the amount can be reduced in somehow possible, because to reduce it all the way down to only 48,000 is way too less in my understanding. So I would like to know if there is any discussions possible on this or in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Education, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel. I see a motivation.
Proposal?
No, but
Can I propose something, Mr. Chairman?
it's a proposal of order.
Yes.
Thank you, MP. You have the floor. MP Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having heard from the Minister of Education, and I did also want to discuss this amendment with him, I was wondering if, I know it's very tough with time, and I don't know if it's something that the initiator would consider. The motivation is clear in terms of for the minister, where it is believed that those funds, basically cutting it the way it would really cripple the efforts to finally privatize the public sector education. What I would like to propose to the initiative taker, if there is a budget post under cruise conversion of 90,000 guilders, which it was indicated that the harbor would be taking the lead in a lot of those cruise conversions activities, and last year that amount was actually not spent. It's an amount of 90,000 guilders. Can maybe instead 110,000 guilders is reduced from the DPE budget, 90,000 from cruise, and then follow up with the rest of the efforts, because I think where the funds are going is great, but we don't want to rob from Peter to pay Paul, in the sense that the entire plans of privatization of public sector is destroyed, and there are other areas, for example, with cruise conversion, where we can get some funds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. I look at the initiative taker, MP Westcott Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I elucidated the amendment during my presentations in the budget debate. I hear the minister. I also heard the minister. By the way, let me, before I go there, indicate how pleased I am with your efforts to hear from the ministers concerned on motions. As you know, I have this love-hate relationship with motions because I believe while sometimes expressions need to be made and statements of Parliament can and should be made in motions, very little have we seen a tangible return coming from the government when the government is either instructed, asked, or commissioned to do certain things. Nevertheless, it is a way of Parliament expressing itself by means of a motion. And I have heard the minister indicate how long this proposal for the privatization in general of the Division of Public Education has been on the table. I have heard the minister also lament how difficult it is to get things done because of capacity. I have not heard from the minister anything specific that would change that for 2023, where it pertains to getting matters done for the privatization of the Division of Public Education. While I do know that because of a motion for the budget 2022, where dance is concerned, that project, that program can continue because it was started, because extra money was allotted to that item last year. And that's the continuation that I'm looking for this year. Rather than put a 200,000 for the dance and the dance schools, that amount was reduced to 100,000. And then you have the cultural, the tangible cultural heritage, which post I have also heard the minister indicated that there are several things that the ministry can do, and from all indications can do pretty quickly or continue to do pretty quickly. I heard a proposal from a colleague with respect to taking it from another ministry. However, what we are dealing with right now is an amendment. And I, as initiative taker, can change the amendment, but it can't be verbally in here. So that would mean we would have to kind of adjourn this process, make an amendment to or change the amendment that was made before we can continue on the voting. I would want to suggest that we accept this amendment and look at the proposal made by MP Bryson. Let the government then look at that in terms of regulating it, because again, the government has indicated that this is something they're going to have to be doing like every week in terms of how much money we got here, can we take from here and put there. So I would want to suggest that we go ahead with the motion and then deal with it in the fashion that I suggested. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams and MP Bryson, for the suggestion. We now go over to voting on the amendment as amended verbally with the suggestion. The meeting is adjourned for 7 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Sorry. Good evening, and we are back after that brief adjournment. We are back with the amendment. We will proceed with voting on the amendment. There were some discussions before as to whether the changes proposed by MP Bryson would have been entertained at this moment, but there seemed not to be enough time, and so the vote will be on the amendment as presented, and the government can internally work on the proposal submitted by MP Bryson, if that would be the case, if the proposed amendment is accepted by Parliament. So we go over now to the voting on this amendment. Does anyone want a hoofdelijke Yes, hoofdelijke is requested. So we will shake the magic box and come up with a number to start the vote. There are all kinds of predictions. Number 2 with a 1 in front. He lay back. Number 12.
Motivation?
Yes, I was just seeing if you guys are awake. We will go over to motivation of votes. Does anyone desire to motivate their vote? First motivation from MP Rolando Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, I did have a concern, and still have a concern, that we are putting at risk something as important as improving the way we manage public education in this country. And this is always challenging, and I can sympathize with the challenge of the initiator in terms of trying to find funds for something as important as heritage and our dance and performing arts. Mr. Chairman, so for that reason, I did propose maybe an alternative, but we understand with time, etc., that may not be possible. So, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would have my support, however, with the clear understanding that we cannot sacrifice the plans to improve public education as well. Therefore, I look upon the government, particularly our Honorable Minister of TIAT, to ensure that as soon as possible, it's not a motion, but it's my motivation and my wish, that particularly the budget posts that I mentioned for cruise conversion that may be available, and maybe find some others where tourism will now be contributing to much needed improvements in public education, and have that amendment return as soon as possible to the Parliament so that the plans for privatization of public education can go undisturbed, because we do know, or can definitely surmise, that an 80% cut in that budget definitely puts that whole plan at risk. So, Mr. Chairman, I will support that, with also the interesting caveat that in order for this amendment to pass, the budget too has to pass. So I'll be voting for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. I explained the proposed amendment earlier, but Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to recognize a couple of things. The efforts to make the management of public schools, or the division of public schools, more financially independent. Mr. Chairman, there's nothing that has been stopping that from being picked up. The matter of privatizing public education goes back to the days of the late Reinhold Groeneveld being head of the Department of Education. Since then, this has actually been on the table, coming back year after year. And again, when I hear the kind of capacity issues that the minister referred to, I hope at least where the financial independence, so in other words, where the the management of public education by the department, by the division, by an entity presented for this budget, every month, if not every 2 weeks, the government is going to have to be looking at this post, how does this income look? How does this expenditure look? And based on that, make shifts in the budget. Hence, my counter proposal to that proposal was, government, go ahead and do what you got to do in terms of looking at how things are developing financially and make the necessary shifts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. We have another motivation from MP Melissa Gums.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll be very brief because MP Westcott kind of went in the direction that I wanted to go in, which is to kind of question, you know, what has been stopping the financial independence or autonomy, as I asked, of DPE. I believe in 2016, a pilot was done where they used a just-in-time inventory management system that allows the minister and or controllers to view budget allocation adjustments in near real time. So the tools do exist. So maybe that is the direction that, that the ministry should be looking in. But at the end of the day, this will have my support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Melissa Gums. I see there are no other requests. I would like to briefly motivate my vote. It was precisely in 1994-95 when yours truly, William Allen, was Commissioner of Education. I just become Commissioner of Education when, as a principal of a public school, knowing what the problems were, I immediately requested the then head of public education, Mr. Reinhold Groeneveld, the late Reinhold Groeneveld, to start looking at putting that process together. Why? It had indeed nothing to do with money, but it had to do primarily with the decision-making process in public education. It would take too long because of the governmental bureaucracy. It would take too long when, for instance, we were recruiting teachers. Teachers would come back to St. Maarten with a teaching degree, and as Commissioner of Education, you go after them, but it takes too long in the government bureaucracy for them to get an answer, and they accept an offer from one of the other school boards. The purchase of material, while government funds all the other schools, the decision-making to buy the books for public schools, not because of lack of money, but the speed of decision-making, it would take too long. So hence, I immediately proposed that, but we stumbled upon one major roadblock, which were the teachers who were afraid of losing their status as civil servants. And they started to bark back and bite back. And unfortunately, my stint lasted 1 year, and I then, afterwards in history, became Minister of Public Works of Romy, and education was taken over by another veteran politician. This is not a laughing matter, but it is something ongoing for many, many years. So if we go back to 94, we are talking 29 years, almost 30 years. So we have no other motivations. And I go over now to the voting. We had already picked number 12 And we begin with number 12.
MP Hyacinth Richardson.
For, Mr. Chairman.
MP Angelique Rameau. MP Ludmila de Weaver. MP Sarah Westcott Williams. MP Siddharth Bijlani.
For.
MP Akeem Arundel. MP Rolando Bryson. MP Chanel Brownbill. MP Solange Duncan. MP Christophe Emmanuel.
For.
MP Melissa Gums. MP Grisha Helger Martin. MP George Pantoflet.
For.
MP Rayon Peterson. Vice Chairman William Marlin.
For. We're on a trend. 15 votes cast, all 15 for, 0 against. And we go over to amendment number 2, while thanking MP Westcott Williams and congratulating her for the successful vote of the amendment. The second amendment is an amendment by MP Rolando Bryson, and it entails the changing of names, and he is suggesting to change the name of Vendors Village Development to Marketplace, Meeting Place, and Taxi Holding. And adding intellectual property, tourism development, and for that to allocate an amount of 2.5 million. Then the other change is for tourism product development to allocate 2.4 million, and the minister that would need to address this would be the Minister of TIAT, Tourism, Economic Affairs, Minister Lambrix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Definitely the motion, the amendment has my full support. As my colleague minister said, anything to do with the ministry and to bring in more money for the ministry to make the tourism product more fruitful and beneficial for the whole country is always a plus for me. So definitely it has my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do we need hoofdelijke stemming? Hoofdelijke stemming is requested. Do we need to motivate our votes? Well, anyone can motivate his vote in no particular order. You just need to request. I see a request coming in from MP Westcott Williams. MP Westcott Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was, maybe am, looking forward to, I hope we can still get it, to hear from our Minister of Finance on this proposal. For the simple reason, Mr. Chairman, while the motion is in Dutch and lengthy, my first impression, sorry, the amendment, my bad, the amendment, my first impression of putting intellectual property on your budget would be something for your balance sheet. So I would like to know from our Minister of Finance whether the proposal as is right now in this amendment, if that is something that can go in our budget system the way we operate right now. I understand the concept, and I think it would have been a better idea to take the idea, the concept, and put it in the hands of, for example, which is mentioned in the amendment of the NRPB, the whole thing, because I really don't see us being able to put intellectual property, an intangible asset, if you wish, in our budget. Normally, those things are put on your balance sheet. Again, with all due respect, that's me. And had I had a time to really, really dissect it, probably at the end of the day, I would have said, yeah, this is, indeed, this is the way we can do it. But I don't have that conviction right now, and that is me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Minister of Finance, you were called upon to weigh in.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The MP did discuss with me this proposed amendment, and to be honest, it was a lot bigger figure initially with other aspects of it, a lot of other aspects. The good thing about it was that for me that it was a plan that's already developed by NRPB, aspects of it, and I also at that point in time explained to him in terms of intellectual property and branding and so forth that cannot just be put, branding for example, you just can't just put on a capital expenditure. I did explain these steps, but I also explained to him that intellectual property can be put on your CapEx as an intellectual asset. So there are, depending on what kinds, it can be put in a balance sheet as an asset. Yes, it can. So I did go through this process with him. Again, it was a bigger figure. It cut it down a good bit, and I did explain to him that he cannot just put a whole branding aspect on CapEx. But yes, intellectual property in some sorts can be registered on your balance sheet as an intellectual asset.
Thank you. Minister of Finance, the side discussions are not permitted before we adjourn the meeting. In the meanwhile, I look at the rest of the MPs. Is there a need for motivation? The Indiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was outlined by the Minister of Finance, this was not something that we woke up yesterday and discussed. It has been extensive discussion with the stakeholders, and as a matter of fact, in the informal, not the last one, the one previously with the CFT, this was actually discussed with them as well, and it was itemized which ones can be considered capital investments, things that you own. But I want us to also realize, maybe not looking just at the financial side, but understanding that things like your tourism master plan, things like your archive that you have of all these visuals and graphics and videos, these are all things that the country will own, that has a value, that needs to be invested in. And of course, within the plan as well, there are other things that might seem like the more traditional capital expenditures, such as the garbage bins, the benches, the public restrooms, etc. But I do believe, and from the discussions, we were able to conclude that this can be a part of the capital expenditure. And most importantly, what the CFT stressed on is that the proper plan. There is plans, there is significant research, there is rollouts, there is all of this available to the government to be able to properly execute this, put it together, and give it to the CFT for further approval. That exists. It would not be, I would never come here and just say, put a line item and make it happen if I wasn't fully aware and had all the documents which are linked within the amendment. So there are footnotes where those are there, and those documents are with the government and the NRPB. So I look forward to finally the country being able to make significant investments in our #1 asset, which is tourism.
Thank you, MP Rolando Bryson. I look at the rest of, and I look at the speakers list. There's no further requests, so we go over to the voting. Any predictions? Anybody else waging? Lucky number 13.
MP Angelique Rameau. MP Ludmila de Wever. MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Against.
MP Sedhard Bijlani.
For.
MP Akeem Arundel.
For.
MP Rolando Bryson.
For.
MP Chanel Brownbill. MP Solange Duncan. MP Christophe Emmanuel. MP Melissa Gums.
For.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. MP George Ponteflet.
For.
MP Rayon Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
For.
Vice Chairman William Marlin.
For. The votes are in. 14 votes were cast. 10 for and 4 against. The amendment has been accepted. We go over to the third amendment, and that too was presented by MP Rolando. No, this was MP Rumu, sorry. MP Rumu. And in essence, it is to take 50,000 guilders from the Bob Summer Program and adding it okay. The MP is proposing to take 50,000 guilders from innovations in education and to put that to the BOP program, and the BOP program that now has 75,000 earmarked would have now 125,000. So Minister of Education. This is another one that comes. Begrotingspost 43489/600087 Dienst Onderwijs Innovatie. Wordt 50.000 van gehaald. Het wordt nou 30.998. En onder begrotingspost afdeling jeugd en jongeren wordt veranderd van 75.000 naar 125.000. So 75,000 to 125,000. 125,000. Minister of ECYS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, sometimes in cases like these, I really don't understand in which direction we want to go. Education on the move, support our youngsters. Both belongs to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport. So it is basically shifting from one hand to the other, from one hand to support the other. In the end, Mr. Chairman, I have indicated during this budget handling that we are cooperating in order to have a balanced budget, in order to be able to profit from the CAPEX loan that we are to get. I will indicate here this evening in Parliament that don't be surprised if the Minister of Education will also come with amendments, a proposal, or suggestions, or requests for funding for projects or whatever that run short. Because, as I have done, I will continue to do, I fight for my budget and for the budget of my managers, and I have also always done that. I don't have a problem cooperating, but this definitely, if we run into issues, I will let us know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the clarification, Minister, but I probably was distracted a bit. Are you supporting the amendment, or are you not in favor of the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I believe I was asked to speak on the amendment. I don't have to vote. I think the voters will vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Politicians. Okay. Plead the fifth. We go over to the members of Parliament. Do we want hoofdelijke stemming? Hoofdelijke stemming is requested. Does anyone wants to motivate their vote? MP Angelique Roumou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to everyone once again. I believe in my explanation to the amendment, I was very clear, but I think I need to reiterate what I said in terms of how important this amendment is for the youth of St. Maarten. I believe that last year already, an internal transfer was made to the amount that I am asking for the amendment to go back to, whereby being able to afford 109, I believe, students with the opportunity to participate in the BOP program. With the cut, or with the amount of money that was allocated this year in the budget, that almost cuts it in half. I believe that it's important for us to remember that we are dealing with the future development of St. Maarten when we talk about youngsters, and I can understand what the minister is saying in terms of fighting for a budget, but I am fighting for the youth of St. Maarten. And I believe that it is important for all of us to remember that we are looking at numbers, yes, but to the detriment to whom? And when I look at, and in my questions asked yesterday during the budget debate, I specifically asked what these figures were used for last year. And then I also asked what it would be used for this year. And the answers given were very vague. And I must again say that this is a division that I worked in. So I know what is going on. And it is important to once again bear in mind that this is about the youth and the future of St. Maarten. And hence, of course, it is my amendment, so of course I'm going to support it. But I look to my colleagues here on the floor of Parliament and I ask you to also support this amendment, which is for the future of St. Maarten. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Rumu. I see we have MP Westcott Williams.
Thank
who
you,
wants to
Mr.
motivate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, right now it is not, I can't say so much about, I want to say not only about the motion, the amendment, sorry, here before us, but rather the issue of establishing priorities and the right that also Parliament has to have this discussion. And so many have been the questions in this budget debate as to what exactly is being planned, what can be done. I have so often asked all of the ministers here, give me a timeline in terms of the things that you're going to do under this item, that item, every item. And the accountability of the government. And I asked the Minister of Finance this, but as far as I know, I haven't gotten an answer, because the General Audit Chamber has indicated, has indicated that the implementation reports that we get every quarter based on the agreement with CFT is not in conformance with what, according to the National Accountability Ordinance, the Parliament should get. And the big difference between those two being that we cannot take the implementation report, the uitvoeringsrapportage, and see and relate it directly to the budget and see how the government is executing the budget and the different posts on the budget. And we need to get to that, where Parliament can continue to monitor, especially with a budget such as the one before us, where Parliament can continue to monitor the actions or lack thereof of government. So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add that there, and again, add in that part that we really can't see in the uitvoeringsrapportage whether the minister took the 1/12 of the 100,000, 200,000 guilders and did something in January or February or March for that matter. We can't see that. And the way things have been going, and even the reports on the on the annual accounts is like, we're kind of running behind the facts, where the oversight and control of Parliament is concerned on the financial management of the ministries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. I look at the speakers list. We have no further motivations. Yes, we have MP Rolando Bryson. MP, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I said earlier about a situation where we find ourselves in certain budgets, and apparently we find it a lot in ECYS, where we're kind of robbing from Peter to pay Paul. Mr. Chairman, I was actually once an instructor in the BOP program, very familiar with it. And I think it's, because we used to do training and evaluation for the students, get them ready before they go off to work. And one of the things I noticed with that program immediately is that program is more built on the participation of the private sector. you need to get participation as much as possible to get companies to also hire it, not just within government, but also within the private sector. Mr. Chairman, when I hear the minister not give his position on it, when I hear what we're moving money from to put into this program, I must say I have some serious reservations. Because again, on one hand, we have put public education at risk, and now with another one, we have another situation that may be at risk. If the amount that has been placed on the BOP for 75,000 guilders allows the program to continue, I think it will. So I believe, is it enough? Probably not. But I do believe and have some concerns about cutting this original budget post here, Mr. Chairman. So I'll say for now that I have some serious reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Bryson. I see no further request for motivation. So the minds are made up and we shall shake up. So far, we haven't had a winner yet. Nine. Lucky seven.
MP Melissa Gums. MP Grisha Heilger Martin. MP George Ponteflet.
For.
MP Rayon Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
For.
MP Angelique Rameau. MP Ludmila de Weaver. MP Sarah Westcott Williams. MP Siddharth Bijlani.
For.
MP Akeem Arundel. MP Rolando Bryson. MP Chanel Brownville. MP Solange Duncan. MP Christophe Emmanuel. Vice Chairman William Marlin.
For. That was me. We have 13 votes for, 1 vote against, 14 votes were cast. So after that motivation and vote, the amendment was passed with 13 big votes. According to Article 57 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to voting on the draft national ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2023, the National Ordinance Budget 2023. We will vote for Article 1 and its attachment. Article 2. Article 3. Article 4. Article 5. The intitulé, the title, the consideration, the draft in its entirety as modified by the memorandums of modification registered on the incoming document 613 and 613 of the current parliamentary year dated the 22nd of March 2023, and number 7 on the incoming document 620 of the current year dated also March 22nd, 2023, and number 8, the amendment by MPs Westcott, Williams, Bryson, and Remo. And we just accepted those. Does any member request voting by roll call? De hoofdelijke stemming? We have hoofdelijke stemming. And before we go over to voting by roll call, we will again give all members the opportunity to briefly motivate their vote. Is there any request for a motivation? I see none, so we go over to voting on the budget. This is your last chance to get it right. Number 2. 5. A Christmas ham.
15.
Number 15.
Hey. Ray. Bingo.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams. MP Siddharth Bijlani.
For.
MP Akeem Arundel.
For.
MP Rolando Bryson.
For.
MP Chanel Brownbill. MP Solange Duncan.
Against.
MP Christophe Emmanuel.
Against.
MP Melissa Gums. MP Grisha Helger Martin. MP William. Sorry. MP George Ponteflet.
Voor.
MP Rayan Peterson. MP Hyacinth Richardson.
For.
MP Angelique Remou. MP Ludmila De Weaver. Vice Chairman William Marlin.
For. We have a final vote. 15 votes were cast, 8 votes for, 7 votes against. The budget, the draft budget has been accepted with 8 votes for and 7 votes against. According to Article 88, Section 1 of the Constitution of Sint Maarten, Parliament shall notify the government that Parliament has approved this draft national ordinance in its public meeting of today. We still have this, members, we still have agenda point 3 to go. The ratification of IPKO. Now, don't be happy to go to IPKO and then when it comes to ratifying, we don't want to stay. We go over to agenda point 3 of this budget. Ratification of the decision list. But before we do so, we will adjourn the meeting for 1 minute to allow our guest, the Council of Ministers, to briefly vacate the premises. Of course, they're allowed to stay. Welcome back. We had a brief adjournment to say farewell to the Council of Ministers, and we were going over to agenda. We had actually gone over to agenda point 3, ratification of the decision list of the Interparliamentary Kingdom Consultations, IPKO, which was held from February 28th through March 3rd, 2023 in Willemstad, Curaçao. The ratification list is registered on the incoming document 543 of the present parliamentary year, and it's dated 9th of March 2023. The recently held tripartite and interparliamentary kingdom consultation, IPKO, was held from February 28th through March 3rd in Curaçao. During the IPKO event, members of parliament from within the kingdom participated in presentations and held discussions on the following topics: recent developments per country, feedback, evaluation of the previous IPKO agreements, migrant flow in the kingdom, the democratic deficit, better and sustainable relations within the kingdom, reforms, the country packages, and slavery and colonialism. Important to note is that the 3 Caribbean parliaments together presented a draft proposal for a dispute regulation based on Article 12A of the Charter for the Kingdom. Also important to note is that the 3 Caribbean parliaments together presented a draft proposal. Now, also important to note is that all 4 of the delegations of the parliaments agreed that they would like to participate in the Kingdom Conference, which should be held in 2023. They also expressed the wish to be informed in a timely manner by their governments regarding the conference. At the end of the deliberations, an agreement list was drafted and signed by the delegation leaders. Parliament registered the decision list of the Interparliamentary Kingdom Consultations, IPKO, held from February 28th through March 3rd in Curaçao on March 9th, 2023. This document is registered as incoming document 543 of the parliamentary year 2022-2023. The intention of this agenda point is for Parliament to approve, ratify the content of the agreements list of the IPKO. Once approved, the agreement list will be sent to government for their reaction. All members of Parliament received a copy of the agreement list via email. Are there any comments on the list of agreements as presented? We have, if there are any speakers, 20 minutes in the first round and 10 in the second round, but unfortunately, we don't have any speakers. So as such, we have no first and no second round, and we have therefore come to the end of the deliberations on this advice. And according to Article 57 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to voting on the agreement list of the IPKO. Does any member request voting by roll call over the liquor stemming? No, there is no need for that, so the agreement list is accepted unanimously. I would like to thank all members for their participation over these past days. No, it finished. I would like to thank the Council of Ministers for their participation, even though they have already left. I would like to thank all members of Parliament for their participation over the past weeks in the Central Committee meeting and now these past days in deliberations, and yesterday for those who were able to keep with it and stay until 3 o'clock in the morning. We want to thank them for staying with us, and thank you all for staying to the end today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this meeting. I thank you all for your participation, and I hereby close this meeting.